Norway Chess 2023. I'm your host, Grandmaster Benjamin Bach, and I'm delighted to be joined here today by Women's International Master Fiona Stel-Antoni. Fiona, welcome to the show.
Thank you, Benjamin. Looking forward to being here again for the all-important last round, as you tweeted earlier on today. It's for all the marbles. We can see Hikaru is already at the board, as is Fabiano. And only one result will do today. If Hikaru wants to win this Norway Chess 2023, he has to beat Fabiano today with the white pieces.
Exactly, yeah, it's a must-win game. He is currently in second place in the standings. Fabiano is leading the field. He's 2.5 points ahead of him, so he needs a win, and a win will get it done. So we're going to have to send him lots and lots of energy. The game is going to start in 2 minutes. Both players looking very focused. And I'm very curious to see how Hikaru is going to open up the game. Is he going to play e4, d4, maybe c4, or knight f3? And Fiona, he also changed his shirt today. What do you make of that decision?
I think he looks very slick. I actually noticed. I noticed when I saw the camera. I like the outfit a lot. I hadn't seen this particular shirt before. I don't know if it's a new one or what's going on, but he's looking ready for battle.
For sure. Yeah, and he's got 2 cans of Norwegian mountain water. He's got the blue one and the green one. We've learned throughout the tournament that he prefers the green one a little bit more. And Fabiano only has 1 can, so Hikaru already has a very slight edge there. It's looking very focused, but also relaxed at the same time.
Yeah, absolutely. For Fabiano today, well, a draw is enough to see him through. So I think he will try to take a solid approach. Today is not the day for any crazy opening experiments. I think Hikaru will not open with e4. Actually, I don't know what your prediction is.
Yeah, very tough call. In the tournament earlier against Shahryar, he played the move d4, so he might stay on that track. Like maybe he had something prepared against the Nimzo Indian, and perhaps he will have a chance to show it in this game. In that game, Shahryar played the Queen's Gambit accepted. Maybe Hikaru will find a way to deviate, but I think, given the fact that e4 generally leads to slightly sharper play, perhaps that is what he will go for. But there are so many things Fabiano can do. In the tournament, he played the French. He also plays e4, e5. So we'll just have to come back. And Fiona, we're getting word in the chat that Hikaru said that there was some history 15 years ago. Do we have any idea?
No.
Let me think. So that was 2008. I don't remember where maybe they played in like Bilbao or something. I can't think of a tournament from the top of my head right now.
Yeah, I'm also not sure what 2008. We'll have to wait for Wandering Bishop to enlighten us because I'm not sure, but I'm curious to hear what happened 15 years ago. Anyway, they are off, and you're correct. The king's pawn is on the board, 1 e4, and I think e5 was to be expected. I don't think that today was the day to repeat the French, and now I'm curious, what's Hikaru gonna play? Is he gonna play an Italian? Is he gonna play Ruy Lopez? I think we're about to find out.
Yep, and we have knight f3 on the board. In an earlier round against Aryan Tari, he played bishop c4 on the second move, but in that game, he wanted to get Tari out of book. He believed like, hey, I'm the better player, and that will show later on. And here we do have an Italian. Now, I wonder if Fabiano is going to play knight f6, and then Hikaru could go into the fried liver attack. But I think he will try to get an opening advantage out of this game. I mean, he does have the white pieces. And wow, and we have knight g5 on the board, leading to very sharp play.
Yeah, this is actually quite a rare guest, I feel, at this elite level. I always wondered, do you know where the name fried liver comes from?
I honestly have no idea. Do you know?
No, I've always wondered. I'm not sure why I haven't just looked it up someday. But yeah, maybe today is the day. You know what? I'm just gonna Google it while I let you talk us through some of the lines.
All right, so e takes d5, d5, pawn takes d5 is on the board. Knight a5 is by far and large the main move. Now, for those of you who don't know the fried liver that well, knight takes d5 is not considered to be a good move because white can take here. Sacrificing the knight, you go queen f3 with a double attack on the queen and the king on the knight. Black is forced to go here, and after knight c3, white gets a pretty scary attack. So again, knight a5 by far and large the main move. Check, c6, takes. And actually, in, I believe, 2009, in the last round of the US Chess Championship, Hikaru kind of introduced this move, bishop to d3. Back in the day, he was already working with Lil Jon, and Lil Jon showed him this idea, and Hikaru, he used it to win a nice game, I believe, against Josh Friedel. Against bishop d3, black has some moves, and by far the main move is the move knight d5.
Meanwhile, I have some information on the fried liver attack. So in Italian, the original name of this line is actually fegatello attack, which means as much as a dead piece of meat. And so from that, somehow in English, it was translated to the fried liver attack. That's what my early research has shown. But yeah, some very sharp lines. I'm very happy to see this on the board today. I knew we were in for some excitement. I didn't realize we were in for that much excitement so early on.
Yeah, no, for sure. So knight d5, knight f3 has been played. Black can eventually go for a move like knight f4, aiming to ruin white's pawn structure by taking the bishop on d3. And yeah, it's kind of interesting to hear, like you said, it came from the Italians, and I guess they got to choose the name of the fried liver because they created the Italian. So, but let's see what Fabiano is doing. He's taking a little bit of time. The main move here is bishop d6, followed by knight f4, and there he goes.
Do you have any experience playing this on either side?
I believe I had a game a long time ago. It was against Kazim Zanov. It was in 2014. And I believe I castled, as that is a move that Hikaru plays. And eventually black played knight f4, took here. And I was up a pawn, but he had pretty good compensation. But I believe that is the only game that I played in that variation. I think when I was more of an e4 player and when I used to play the Italian, I would usually play the move d3 on move 4, which leads to quieter play. Again, knight g5 is a little bit sharper. I like the approach by Hikaru because if Fabiano doesn't know the ins and outs, he can get under a lot of pressure.
Yeah, we see that for now the players are blitzing out their moves. Hikaru just played knight c3, and well, you talked about this, with black taking on d3. So let me ask you, what happens if black takes on the d3 right now?
Yeah, black absolutely should take, because if they castle, white can play bishop b2. Black can no longer ruin our pawn structure. We can go d3, and black does have some compensation with the pawn in the center, potentially the bishop pair, but objectively it is not enough for equality. So black should take here. We recapture, then black castles, and here there are moves like rook e1 to put pressure on the pawn on e5. Black can defend it with moves like f6, and here white generally tries to develop with moves like b3, sometimes knight e4, sometimes d4 to get rid of the double pawn. So black has pretty decent compensation, but they do have to play accurately to prove it here. And it's a good sign that Fabiano is thinking a little bit. This tells me that, of course, it's not a line that Fabiano has never looked at, but it's probably not a line he has looked at this morning, or maybe not last evening.
Yeah, I am with you. I think it's a great choice, actually, by Hikaru. I'm even slightly surprised that Fabiano allowed it. I mean, I think if you're gonna answer the Italian with knight f6, to not look at it at all seems a bit risky when you know that your opponent is in a must-win situation, but we'll see what he comes up with. Meanwhile, in the chat, I saw there was a question, where is the Anish counter? And our producer, Jaron, briefly brought it up. So big shout out to Jaron, who has been working on the Anish counter. For those of you who weren't here either yesterday or the days before, Anish is a big walker during his games, and we saw him walk past a good few hundred times yesterday, I would say. So today we are going to keep track of it. We saw Maria there in the shot as well. So, we saw Anish twice already. Was that Anish? So
Yeah,
Jaren is
that's what I'm. Oh, sorry. That's what I was wondering about. If it was him, I don't know. Like, it didn't look like him necessarily. But yeah, and we also saw our good friend Maria there. In the meantime, B3 is a bit of a new move by Hikaru. At least I think. I don't vividly remember this one. I think generally white plays rook e1 or knight e4. Black should be fine here, but I'm curious to see. Wait, so yeah, who you're thinking that is Anish with a black jacket?
well, I don't know. Jaren seems to think so. Let me see who Anish is playing, and is it? I don't think this is Anish actually, because it is currently Anish's move. So Anish just now made his move. I don't think that who we saw in the black jacket was Anish. Maybe we'll have to reset the counter.
Yeah, I'm
Because
trying.
you thought it was not Anish, right?
I didn't think so, but let me have a look at the live stream. It could have been Wesley. Wesley is wearing a dark jacket today. It could also be Gukesh.
I think
Also
that's
Meng is
Anish.
in.
We just saw him now for the first time. I think in the beige suit. Yeah.
That sounds more like Anish, yeah. So okay,
Yeah,
two.
two.
That
We're
is
back
two, right?
to yeah, now
We're
we know
already at
what
two.
he okay, now we get the counter started properly.
Mhm. All right. Well, I do appreciate that he did put on the beige jacket so that we can easily differentiate between him and the other players. But yeah, yesterday it was easily over 100.
Yeah, yesterday
We'll see.
was extreme. So we'll
Yeah.
see. We'll see what happens today. I think it's a good sign that Fabi is going in the tank. I'm gonna quickly see if I can find any games here. I'm sure there will still be some.
Mhm.
So
Yeah, I also wanted to have a quick look, but yeah, at least I don't vividly remember this being one of the main moves. But also, guys, today we have the pairings Magnus Carlsen against Noderbeck of the Satorov. We have Wesley So against Gukesh. Gukesh is only half a point behind Hikaru, so if Hikaru does not win, Gukesh could potentially catch him. We also have Anish Giri and Shahriar Mamajarov, and we have Aryan Tari against Ali Reza Farouja. But the only thing we're aiming for today is first place. Hikaru needs to win. And really, I think he's talked about this. Wait, we're already at 4. The thing he's talked about a bunch, and I think pretty much any chess player can relate to this, that you will not be remembered for your second and third places. You will only be remembered for your tournament victory. So Hikaru, he's gonna go for it. I mean, if needed, he might take some risks, but I'm sure that he will want to win a tournament. I mean, if that means if he would lose, so be it. But he definitely wants to win here.
by the way, I see that the top player to have played this line, I see 2 games, is Levon Aronian. He played it in the 2019 Sinquefield Cup against Dingley Ren, and he played it against Hans Niemann in the US Championships last year. Both those games ended in draws. But then I see a lot of white wins. Kovalev won a game as white. Musar won a game as white. Shan Sargsyan won a game as white. So a lot of decisive results apart from the 2 Levon draws.
Mm-hmm. All right, yeah, I do remember that game between Levon and Hans. That game ended in a draw, for those of you who are wondering. But yeah, I think Hans was more or less fine out of the opening. We see Hikaru getting back at the board, so I assume he will now move quickly. Rook e1, looking very logical. And yeah, I mean, again, I suppose that Hikaru and Lil Jon have done some work here, and they are satisfied about what they have found, and they feel like there's plenty of play left. I mean, white is up a pawn. Of course, black, like what black wants to do is, let's say, play f6, then go maybe c5, and then something like bishop a6, and put a lot of pressure on this pawn. And white's extra pawn is not really felt because these pawns are so weak. So let's see what setup Fabiano will go for, but I kind of hope that Hikaru will be in prep for a couple more moves.
Yeah, absolutely. I think Hikaru, there's a good chance he will be in prep for a while here, because unlike Fabi, who had to look at a lot of different stuff going into today's game, I think Hikaru will have expected mostly e5 to appear on the board. And maybe at some, you know, he probably had to look at the Petrov. But I think compared to Fabi, there was a lot less stuff to look at Fabi, because a lot less stuff to look at than Fabi, because Fabi had to look at pretty much every single first move. There is at least reasonable first moves. So far, I think in terms of preparation, looking good for Hikaru.
Yeah, for sure. So let's see what Fabiana's going to do. Again, move f6 makes a lot of sense to me to defend this one. You can also go for moves like bishop a6 right away to take the pawn on d3. I wonder what Hikaru exactly has up his sleeve there. I mean, c5 always makes sense to really clamp down on white's pawn pushes. So I feel like objectively, Black is doing pretty fine here. They have very good compensation for the pawn. But like we said, hey, Hikaru, he is up a pawn and he's in prep. So those are all good signs.
Absolutely. Speaking of Hikaru, what are, you know, well, you said, I wonder what he has up his sleeve. What are some of the plans for white? The bishop from c1, I guess that's just going to go to b2.
Yeah, most likely. Well, in case of c5, we will probably move it out a3 to put pressure on the pawn over there. But I think for now, in case Black delays the move c5, we will just have to put the bishop on b2.
And then what? Just put the queen out to c2 and then try to start jumping with the knights, or?
Yeah, no, I think queen c2 is logical, making sure that this pawn is a little more protected. Ideally, we would like to get in, let's say, knight e4 and d4 to undouble our pawns. Of course, that's not going to be easy to do, so I think that is why c5 often makes sense for Black. So really, in case of c5, we will go bishop a3, knight e4 to target the pawn, combined with rook to c1. And if not, we usually will try to get d4 in to undouble our pawns. I think that's really what this position revolves around.
I see in the chat, Audan is wondering if Black can also go for bishop g4 here, trying to pin the knight on f3.
Bishop g4 certainly is possible, but I think we will just go h3. The bishop moves back, and we're not too concerned about this pin. And here, I like the move, let's say knight e4. We can always break the pin over here with knight g3. Bishop b2 is possible. Black doesn't really have a way to increase the pressure on our knight over here, so it's possible, but I think Fabiana should stay focused on exerting pressure on the pawn on d3.
So you're saying the black bishop will maybe rather go to a6 or to f5, to one of those squares?
Yeah, and I think a6 specifically, f5, as you mentioned, possible as well. But after bishop f5, we can go knight e4, which is a move we want to play anyway. Also block this attack, so I think that one is a little less effective. Now, we see Fabiano with both of his hands on in his hair, so that is a clear sign that he is out of book. He's no longer, looking to the ceiling, thinking like, hey, what did I prepare here with my second? He's really working at the board, so that is a great, great sign for Hikaru, and let's see what he's gonna come up with.
Absolutely. Should I maybe, while Fabi thinks, I think he could think for a little while here if, as you say, he is out of book, which is most likely. You mentioned this matchup, Magnus Carlsen against Nuribek Abdusattorov. That's a big one, because if Magnus fails to win the classical game today, this will be his first classical round robin where he doesn't win a single game since 2007, which is quite a crazy stat, actually. It's been a long time since 2007.
Yeah, for sure. So let's have a look. I think Magnus, he cannot be too unsatisfied about the outcome of the opening. He's got the bishop pair, so let's check in real quick how we got there. It started off as a Petrov, which turned into a French exchange. And this line is a little bit tricky, where white gives that early check, gets the bishop pair. And yeah, I mean, Magnus has something to work with. He's got the bishop pair. Also, it seems like he's still in prep. He only spent 3 minutes. So I like what he's got so far.
By the way, we finally got the what happened in 2008. So in 2009, sorry. In 2009, Hikaru played Josh Friedel in the US Championship, and he played the fried liver attack. Sorry, I know I just took us to this game. Can we go back to Hikaru's for 1 second? I just want to see where that deviated. So until knight c3, no, sorry, on move 9. So bishop d3. After bishop d3, okay, it deviated here actually. Josh Friedel played bishop e7 here instead of knight d5. And Hikaru actually won that game in only 22 moves.
Wow, yeah. No, back in that day, I mean, before that game, bishop e2 was by far the main move. But Hikaru, he really introduced this one. So did he say in an interview that he wanted to what exactly did he say? He said that he was hoping to go back 15 years in time. Like if people would have said 14 years, I would have been able to figure it out. But hey, 15 years, I thought 2008, and that championship was in 2009. But yeah, Josh played bishop e7, and Hikaru got a crushing position very quickly. Again, back then, bishop d3 already took black out of move, and it's out of book, and it's not easy to figure out the right sequence of moves after knight c3, castles. Yeah, Josh just never really got the compensation going, and Hikaru won a very nice game.
So yeah, meanwhile, Fabiano is still thinking, which, as you said, is a really good sign. What do you think? Fabi is a man, it's not easy to read his body language. He never looks you can never really tell, you know, if he's nervous or stressed. In general, I remember someone in the chat said yesterday that Fabiano tilts easily, which I thought, I've never seen Fabi tilt easily. I don't think, like, ever.
I also cannot. There we had Anish, and yeah, I can't also recall an occasion in which Fabiano tilted. He's generally very calm and collected. He actually had a loss in this tournament with the white pieces to Shahriar Marmajarov, but he won the day after against Neuderbeck. And I think we had Anish again. So what are we at? Wait, we're at 14 already? I didn't pay attention. Wow.
I think actually yesterday it was easily even more than, if we already had 40 now, I think yesterday was easily more than 200 probably.
Yeah, no, I think if we had started counting from the very beginning, it was definitely over 100. Oh, there we go again. It was I'd say it should have also been over 200. 300, I don't know. That's really a lot. What is your guess?
It goes quickly, right? It also depends. I think it also depends how closely. Well, did you see how far is Hikaru's board from Anish's board? Because let's say if they played on both extremes of the playing field, maybe Anish wouldn't necessarily walk all the way, if that makes sense, you know?
Yeah.
So, but yeah, Anish definitely getting those daily steps in, that's for sure.
Well, if you look on chess.com/24, it lists Anish's board underneath Hikaru, so they might just be sitting on adjacent boards. So that could really explain a lot. And I'm kind of curious if that was the same case yesterday. Yeah, yesterday same thing. So maybe that is why Anish walked by a lot.
I think for the tournament, so what was it, 9 rounds?
The tournament is 9 rounds, yeah.
So yeah, I mean, we must be over 2K, I think,
there
for
we
the
go
tournament.
Again. I appreciate, our producer Jaren adjusting the counter every time he walks by. He could, yeah, there we go again. He could just easily, take a break as we're talking, but he's putting in real dedication. So
yeah, today Jaren can never take a break for even 1 second. Can't take his eyes off the camera for 1 second. It's gonna be a tough day at the office. Yeah, Fabi is still thinking. So let's go back and recap one more time what some of his options are. You said f6 definitely makes sense, just to keep an eye on that pawn. c5 makes sense. And then what?
I like f6 the best because it keeps, and there we go again. I like f6 the best because it keeps black's options open, right? And he's not committing anything. If you go c5 here, you give white a very easy move. We want to play this move bishop a3 now to attack the pawn. And with f6, we keep white guessing. Like, let's say you go f6, maybe white goes bishop e2, and then you go c5, because here white loses a tempo. So f6 makes the most sense to me to defend this pawn. I think very often black would like to drop the bishop back to f8. Dropping the bishop back to c7 doesn't look as effective to me. Here, I mean, maybe sometimes we can go for moves like d4, and in case black goes c5, the pawn on c5 will always be a little bit weak. I wonder what happens in case black goes bishop a6. This move makes a lot of sense to me to attack the pawn on d3. Maybe we just go queen c2, but then maybe now bishop. I guess this leads to a very direct line, and maybe this is what Fabiano is calculating.
Yeah, that might make. I think if Fabi is so deep in the tank, he must be calculating some direct lines. Just one final thing. We saw the best was wondering how many times we'll see him in front of the camera by the end of this classical game. And he's guessing 91, which I think is way too low, I guess. I think we'll hit 91 within the first hour. I think the only way it could be 91 is if Anisha's game finishes quickly.
Yeah, so let's do the math. I mean, we're now 24 minutes in. Of course, the walking really starts after the opening, right? Because Anish can blitz out his opening. That's when he has to stay at the board. But after that, you know, the pacing can begin. Since we are already at 26 and we are only 1/8, we're less than 1/8 of the round in. Of course, it depends on how. Let's see what kind of game Anish has. Like, if it's very sharp, if we think like it could end in a draw quickly. I don't know. Let's say this is a long game, then it could easily be 200, maybe even a little bit more.
Yeah, I'm gonna. Okay, let's make a prediction.
Sorry, go ahead.
I'm gonna go with. Well, but Hikaru's game, I think, is gonna go for a long time. I don't think we'll see a quick result there, and I don't think Anisha's game is gonna end quickly. I'm gonna go with. You know what? I'm gonna go. No, this might be too crazy. I'm gonna go 300 plus.
Wow. In the meantime, Fabiano has moved. He's played c5. Hikaru blitzes out bishop to a3. I think c5 is a slight inaccuracy because this gives us this easy move to target the pawn right away. We can combine it with knight e4 and rook to c1. Hikaru gets up again, looking pretty confident. He is already up almost 20 minutes on the clock. So let's see how he will put that to work. But I think a good like if we're talking about betting, I guess maybe over under 200 would be a decent bet. Or do you think he's just easily gonna go over there?
I think unless one of the two games ends quickly, easily over, I think.
It should be, yeah, because I mean we're only, what is it? Yeah, it should easily be over 200. I guess 300 is the real question.
Yeah, so I said over 300. Originally, I was gonna say over 400, but I thought that's too much. So okay, let's just do a prediction, you and I. I'm gonna go with 328 just because 28 is my lucky number. And now I'll let you pick a number and we'll see who ends up being closer.
I pick 269.
Okay.
Yeah. No, I do think it's like around 250, but you know, if we're gonna pick a specific number, you know, this one is a nice one. And yeah, we'll see where it will end up.
Icky is saying Fiona and Ben should bet on it, and who is further away has to give 5 subs to the other. I'm up for that.
Sure, I guess that's well, can we do kick subs?
Yeah, sure.
Okay, for sure. Yeah, we can do that. Yeah. And
I might have to create a kick. Start streaming on Kick just to make the most of that sweet sub money, right?
Exactly. Yeah, and guys, this is a good reason for all of you guys to follow both Fiona and myself. So hey, if those gifted subs come through, you might be one of the lucky people who gets gifted a sub.
The prices are the same, right? Of the subs.
Yes, it's $5, and the great thing is the creator gets 95%.
Yeah, so we'll see what happens. So 269 and 328. Come on, Anish. You can do it.
That's a lot of yeah, he would have to get in a lot of steps to get there. All right.
So yeah,
let's see.
Fabi in the tank again after bishop a3. I think it must be quite an uncomfortable spot for Fabi. You know that Hikaru is not on his own yet. He has looked at this probably, you know, just this morning. And it is a position, okay, you're down a pawn, you know you have compensation, but as you said earlier, you have to be accurate to prove that compensation. And being accurate on your own against someone who's still in computer prep is not easy.
Yeah, no, for sure. So let's see what he's gonna do. Hikaru's moves are also now pretty straightforward. He wants to go again 94 to attack this pawn. Rook c1. Some people were wondering, why are people putting numbers in the chat? People are putting their predictions in, like how many times is Anish gonna pass by? And also thanks to Krusty Man for the sub. We really do appreciate it. Again, that makes it easier to keep things going over here, even when Hikaru is not streaming himself.
Absolutely. Thank you for the support. So let's take another look at the position and at the possible responses for Fabi here.
So let's see. So he's played the move c5. So let's say he goes bishop a6, a very direct approach, attacking the pawn on d3. We can defend it with moves like rook e3, which is a little bit passive. We can also go for some sort of counterattack with knight e4. So let's say black takes. I assume that if we take, there's nothing direct. I mean, there could be moves like e4. It would actually e4 look somewhat problematic, because if you take, black takes here, and they just have fork. But maybe after bishop takes d3, we will play something like rook c1, attack this pawn once again. Now black could take here to make sure that they do not lose the pawn on c5, but the bishop on d6 is rather passive. It's stuck defending these pawns on c5 and e5. So even here, white has a slight edge. So I like what Hikaru has, what he has so far. I mean, he's up 23 minutes on the clock. He's still in his preparation, and perhaps he already has a very slight edge.
Yeah, I think he will be very, very happy here. You know, could very easily get a slight edge on the board, already has a huge edge on the clock. I don't think he could have hoped for much more out of the opening. It's not easy to catch Fabi by surprise, but he seems to have succeeded here.
Yeah, no, for sure. Like you said, I mean, if you get your opponent out of prep, if you maybe get a small edge, I mean, what more can you ask for these days with the top players playing so well prepared? By the way, Anish passed by again. He made his move, and yeah, no, everything looking. I mean, this is really I mean, well, a dream start would of course be Fabiano blundering his queen on move 2, right? But I think it's safe to say that this is a dream start for Hikaru.
Absolutely. By the way, maybe we can take a tour soon of the other games. Just wanted to let you guys know about the head-to-head between Hikaru and Fabiano. So in classical chess, Hikaru has won 8 games, Fabi has won 7, and they've made 33 draws. But if you add rapid, it's 68 wins to Hikaru to 34 for Fabiano with 62 draws. So in classical, it's very close, but if you add in rapid, Hikaru has a big edge over Fabi.
All right. Yeah, no, that's great to hear. Yeah, to be honest, I didn't know that Hikaru had such a big edge. Wait, sorry, you said Hikaru has a big edge over Fabiano?
If you add rapid. In classical, Hikaru has won 8 to Fabiano's 7 with 33 draws. But if you add rapid, it's 68 wins to 34 wins. So twice as many.
Yeah, I think especially back in the day, like Hikaru's always been a blitz and rapid specialist. Fabiano's only stepped up his game in recent years, so I can definitely see how Hikaru built up a big score against Fabiano in earlier years. Fabiano, he strikes me more of a classical player. I mean, he's really well prepared. So also by that standard, I mean, it's great that he gets Fabiano out of book. I mean, we know how deep his prep can go sometimes.
Absolutely. So let's leave Fabi to it maybe and take a quick tour of the other games.
For sure. So let's see what else we have. Magnus has the bishop pair. Then we have this game between Wesley So and Gukesh. Gukesh is in third place, so if Hikaru doesn't win and Gukesh does win, he could potentially catch us for a second, but I think it's unlikely because it feels like right now he is a little bit worse. Perhaps he will be able to draw, but I do not ever see him winning this endgame against Wesley So.
No, he's not gonna have as much fun as he did yesterday. That's for sure. On the other hand, so what does White? White is playing against the weakness of the isolated pawn.
Yeah, so black has the isolated pawn on d5, but white's king on d2. It's not weak by any means. I mean, there's no queens on the board or anything, but it's not that easy to attack this pawn. And black can try to get in the move d4 very quickly. Also, bishop f6 is a move attacking the pawn on b2, which is a little bit awkward to protect. If you go rook c2, that could run into knight b4, bishop b6 as well. And again, I think black's main idea is to get in that move very quickly. And maybe if Wesley wants to try for an advantage, he will have to meet a potential d4 with e4 to make sure that black doesn't open up the center and gets rid of their isolated pawn. But Gukesh still seems to be in his preparation, has only spent 2.5 minutes, and Wesley has already burned half an hour on his clock.
Yeah. I mean, of course, in order, like, I think we would be quite happy if Wesley won today. To make sure Gukesh cannot catch Fabi. Meanwhile, on the camera and on the live board, you can see that Fabi played knight c6 and Hikaru once again getting ready to respond instantly. Apparently, Hikaru's confessional is up, so I'm sure I will have to keep an eye on the counter myself. Actually, I realized one of the dangers with going with the higher number is that I have to keep an eye. So who's wearing this gray? That's Magnus probably, right? With this gray shirt.
I think that's Shaq. I think that's Shaq, pretty sure. Yeah, 94 has been played by Hikaru. And yeah, I do see Hikaru's confessional on the chess.com stream. So let's see if we can okay, we do have the confessional ready. So let's listen in and hear what Hikaru has to say. And welcome back, everyone. Fabiana has moved. It is a blunder. Now, Hikaru can take the pawn on c5, and I wonder what Fabiana has in mind. Maybe queen a5?
And look at Hikaru's reaction. He's like, what?
So let's figure this out. If we take the pawn, the only move that makes sense is queen a5. To attack the bishop, and we cannot move the bishop because we hang the knight, but apparently what? Knight g5? What the heck? Takes queen h5, and white is completely winning. If you go h6 here, I guess queen h5 anyway. Wow. The thing is, probably this move is so bad. I mean, the engine jumped to +2 that Hikaru might not have looked at this with Lil Jon, but it also he knows that f5 is a bad move because he has not looked at this, so he might be able to figure it out over the board.
Yeah, I think it's not immediately obvious, but it's also not impossible to find. And from Hikaru's reaction, I think you can tell that he immediately knows something is up. As you said, you know, when you're so well prepared in a line, and you know that this is a move that would make sense if there was nothing wrong with it, then you would have looked at it. But the fact that you didn't look at it most likely means there is something wrong. So I think Hikaru is going to maybe take his time and then capture that pawn on c5. Yeah. What do you think?
Yeah, no, for sure. I do think he will take it. Definitely looks like the critical continuation. I mean, that's why you play 94, bishop a3, and a rook to c1. And when you prepare openings, you guys, you will look at the games that have been played. Also, you look with the computer, and the computer will suggest the best moves. And it did not suggest f5 because that is not a good move. So Hikaru must realize that this is not good. But also, again, we don't think he has looked at it. Of course, the best thing is when your opponent plays a move that is bad, you know that it's bad and you know why. And then you just blitz everything out and you wrap up and you win. It was pretty funny. I had this in the World Cup in 2019 in the tiebreaker against Ivan Saric. So I played a very sharp line against him, and he just repeated the game that White won after 25 moves. He just couldn't recall everything. And so I knew every single move, and it was like it was just kind of funny to me. But here Hikaru does seem to be on his own.
It's a nice feeling when this happens. It doesn't happen so often, but when it does,
yeah, sure.
no, and
so,
I mean for Hikaru, you know, we heard his story in the confessional how this line brings back so many nice memories, and Lil Jon drove all the way from Texas with his computer tower. Then came up with this line, and to use it 14 years later to win Norway chess would be a really nice story, actually, story arc.
Yeah, no, for sure. Yeah, like you said, there was apparently a game by Morozovic that he played. To be honest, I don't quite recall that game, but I do recall that back then Hikaru really made this line with Bishop d3 popular, and it's kind of considered to be the main line today of the fried liver. So it all started back there, and yeah, kind of interesting to hear that back then, you know, the players would stay in apartments or whatever all over the city. They weren't staying in the hotels that the St. Louis Chess Club provided. But let's have a look at the position. So Hikaru's knight is under attack. Of course, this is by far the critical move. You can move the knight back, but that's not the point behind playing all of the moves that we played. So after knight takes c5, again, the only move that makes sense to me is queen to a5, attacking the bishop and putting more pressure on the knight. I don't really think Fabiano is going to go for another move. You could play something like queen d5, and even though black is down 2 pawns, there's still some play left. So I kind of wonder, but of course the thing is with queen a5, if it's bad, you might just lose the game on the spot, and that kind of seems to be the case after knight g5.
So after knight g5, yeah, there's just nothing really here. It's crazy.
Mm-hmm.
So we saw h6 doesn't work, and if you
Yeah, nice
and if
line.
now rook e7,
Yeah, I just wanted to point that out. After rook e7, we can move the knight, let's say here, and we take this. And I think white just has too many taggers. Also a nice point behind knight c4, so that in case black takes, we can recapture. In case black takes here, I wonder if there's... Oh, apparently queen g6 is just checkmate. Like there's nothing, like you take, and Hikaru pre-moves queen h7 and walks away, you know?
Wow, that would be a brutal finish. It would be
Mhm.
very nice for Hikaru, very bad for my my bet against you.
Yeah, we'll have to see if we can still somehow watch the Anish
We'll
counter.
just Jared will just have to stay until the end of the round, even if we're not streaming anymore.
Yeah,
Just keep watching that camera.
exactly. Fabiano getting back at the board. He looks pretty normal. I wonder if he realizes that he is in big trouble or not. I'm a little bit surprised that he went into such a committal line
Yeah.
while he was out of prep, right? I mean, this is pretty sharp, and if it's wrong, it's wrong. You might just lose the game. I think he's a little bit lucky. I just had a look. I mean, knight b4 is the main move. I mean, Hikaru could have looked at this, and if he would have, then he probably just wins the game automatically. But let's have a look. So let's say you take queen a5. Something tells me that there might also be other moves here. You can go knight a4, but after knight a4, you know, black takes, you take here. This is perhaps what Fabiano is aiming for. White is better, but it's really not that bad. And Hikaru must realize, like, hey, if I have not looked at pawn f5, then there's got to be something better than this. So let's see, will he find knight g5? It's not obvious to me, but I mean, hey, this idea with queen h5 looks... I mean, once you see it, you know it's the way to go, because black has almost no defenders around their king.
I mean, it's as you say, once you see it, it seems kind of obvious, right? Because usually black would like to have a knight on f6 or on f8 to defend the king. And suddenly it's also obvious that the rook on the 8 is unprotected. So yeah, once you see the idea, it's like, oh well, that's not so hard. Of course, at the board it's a different story. I think if you're Fabi though, it's also tricky, right? You said you wonder if Fabi realizes. Well, if you're Fabi and you know that Hikaru was still prepped and you see him start pulling these faces, I think you get a little worried, right? Because it means, okay, I've taken him out of his prep, but for a bad reason.
For sure, yeah. So on one hand, he must be a little bit relieved that Hikaru starts thinking. On the other hand, it also means that it's a bad move. And Salt Kill Snills says he's worried. I mean, Hikaru, after 17 minutes, is up 20 minutes on the clock and has a winning advantage. I mean, we really cannot ask for much more. So, I mean, yeah, the energy that everyone has been sending in here today and really throughout the entire tournament is paying off. Let's see if Hikaru will find this continuation. I mean, again, it really just depends on, do you see knight g5? If you see it, you just win. You just realize, like, hey, this is the way to go. But you might not see it. It's not that obvious. You just completely ignore everything that is happening on the queen side. But this idea with queen h5 is so strong. And if anyone can figure it out, it is Hikaru. And he's got all the time in the world to do so. I mean, he's got 1 hour and 46 on his clock.
For sure. And well, Salt Kills Snails ask if he doesn't find it, how bad is it? It's not bad. I mean, if he doesn't find it, there's still ways to get a nice position. But I think what's working in Hikaru's favor is often when there's a tactic in a game and the players miss it, very often it's because they don't realize there is something to look for. That's why it's often easier to find tactics when you're solving tactics rather than when they happen in your game, because there is nobody tapping you on the shoulder saying, hey, you have a winning move right now. But Hikaru has that advantage that he probably knows there is something and there is something to look for. So that should really work in his favor. For all of you guys saying we're way beyond 47, I wish we were. I'm also distracted by the counter, but Anish has actually taken off his jacket. The person you thought was walking by isn't Anish, because Anish has been thinking for over 10 minutes. So hopefully he makes a move soon. I love the counter, but it's also at the same time really distracting. Like, especially now that we've made the bet, I'm even more invested. I keep looking at Anisha's game. I keep looking, where is he? But yeah, for Hikaru, this is already a crucial moment in the game here. If he captures on c5, he has, if he captures on c5 and sees knight g5, he's very close to being the champion here this year.
Yeah, no, for sure. And Hikaru's talked about this a bunch, especially when there was a lot of drama in the chess world that has been talked about a bunch. But someone asked him, like, how much information do you need? Like, do you need a move? Do you need to know a piece? He says, like, the only thing he needs is to know that there is something. And Hikaru must know that there is something. Apparently, he started head bobbing a little bit. And how does he know that there is something? Again, he was in his preparation up to rook to c1. He's looked at all of the best moves here. F5 was not among the best moves. And so he must know, like, hey, that move is not good. There's got to be a reason why. And so he starts looking for it. And perhaps he is already looking in that direction with knight takes c5, queen a5, and a knight to g5. And yeah, if he finds that, I don't see a way that Fabiano holds it together. Just looks crushing.
Yeah, absolutely. And what do you think? Do you think he will find it?
I think he will. Yeah. Again, he knows that there's something. Knight g5 is not an easy move, but there are these with queen h5, also with queen f3. Maybe somehow getting the queen to the diagonal. Like, you can also consider stuff like takes, queen a5, let's say queen c2, then check, and here stuff like knight g5. So if you see the idea of knight g5, you might already start thinking like, hey, what if I start with knight g5? Then there's also queen h5, attacking the rook, attacking this. He just has to put the patterns together, and then I think he should be able to figure it out.
Yeah, I think in a sense it's good that Hikaru has paused. There is quite a lot to figure out, because once you see the idea, as we said a couple of times, it's easy, but there's a few tempting lines, this one being one of them. And the only reason that this isn't super strong for white is that black can still defend that f7 square by going back with the knight d8. And it looks like black somehow holds it together there. But a lot of tempting lines to look at. But as Benjamin said, you just need to slowly, put the pieces of the puzzle together and then work your way to the correct solution.
Exactly. So yeah, it's really now or never. He has to take this pawn. I'm sure that he realizes that, but the follow-up is not easy. And someone asked in the chat, what happens if Fabiano goes pawn h6? After pawn h6, we still go queen h5, threatening the rook, threatening queen f7. And we discussed a couple of variations after rook to e7. I'm sure, knight a4 might, I feel like in any case, white should be doing really good here. Like, I feel like white should have win here. Knight e6 or knight e4. There's got to be something. I feel like as soon as you see knight g5,
Yeah.
that is probably enough to go for this line. Because let's say black goes g6. I guess we go queen f3. This looks crushing, attacking the knight, queen to d5, and I don't see a way for black to defend.
Yeah, it's also not so obvious too. So how does this line, if black takes on a3, does he get mated, or do we just take on c6?
Well, taking here also looks really good because we restore the material balance. We have a double attack on the
And the
rook,
bishop
which
doesn't have a square.
exactly, yeah, our knights completely dominate, and like you said, we also have a pretty strong attack. Someone asked in the chat, where is this tournament taking place? Well, it's called Norway Chess, but the funny thing is this tournament is actually being held in Sweden. It's actually being held in Sweden, despite it being called Norway Chess. There you go.
So f5, Hikaru is still thinking. I don't know if if I want him to think even longer, or if I want him to just take on c5. I wonder what's going through Fabi's mind right now.
So don't joke. You'll have Americans thinking Norway is in Sweden. That is true. That is true. For those of you who don't know, Norway is actually the capital of Sweden. So we're working on some nice geography here. In the meantime, Hikaru is still thinking. But yeah, Hikaru said that yesterday he went to a nice island with Chris Littlejohn, another Swedish island, and they got some nice Swedish salmon. Yeah, so let's see what he is like. He should be able to figure this out. I'm pretty sure he should be able to figure it out. I mean, knight g3 is just not the move. Like he must know that this is that this is the move, and then there's got to be something.
Yeah. So knight takes Fabi back at the board. It's not easy, right? If you're Fabi and you suddenly realize that you've blundered, it's also not easy to keep a straight face. What do you think are the chances that Fabi has realized?
I think there is a good chance he could see it. The one way they wouldn't see it is if they are too tunneled in on the tension of the knight and the bishop. I guess that is the only way. But perhaps Fabiano might be looking again, like I said, at these kind of lines with queen c2, queen c4, and knight g5. And then he might wonder, like, hey, what happens after? Like, I think you do look at moves like knight g5 and maybe queen f3 with the idea of this and queen e5. Yeah. But then you must also see the move queen h5, which finishes the game on the spot. You threaten the rook and the pawn. By the way, after h6, we can take the rook, but even better is to give a check first and then take, because we threaten this, and it's just G. Why not? So I think he should see it. Let's send him some energy. Let's send him some energy. It always works.
It does always work. I think it will. It must work. It must work. Now, I really think because he knows that something's there, he will figure it out. But I'm not gonna jinx it. Do you want to stay here? Shall we quickly check in with Magnus?
Yeah,
this
people are sending him.
This is killing me.
Exactly. Hikaru doing the little, not the head bob, like, yeah, that is a variation. He's just doing, he's, bobbing his head from left to right. That means that he's looking at something. I feel like his body posture tells me that he's not too far. Yes, there's the head bob. There's the head bob.
Okay, let's stay here.
G5,
yeah,
queen
let's
h5.
Stay here.
Yep. He looks to the ceiling. He's looking like stockfish. Stockfish like Hikaru.
Oh, he's reaching out.
Okay, I'm sure he's reaching for the knight. He's gonna go for it.
Here it comes. Drum roll.
I don't see him reaching for the knight just yet. Wait.
But he was about to make a move. He didn't reach for a piece in particular, but his hand came out for a second.
Yeah, again, like he's sitting very, very upright. So that kind of tells me that he is getting ready to move. He's looking at the variations. Also, he must realize, like, if he calculates the variations correctly here, then that could mean tournament victory, right? Yeah. He just needs to calculate well here. He's investing a lot of time. He's already spent 20 minutes. If he's not sure about it, he can spend perhaps a little bit more. He shouldn't spend too much because, at some point you're just burning energy and you're not coming up with too much more productive stuff. So at some point he should just move, but I think he already has a good idea of the variations in this position.
I like the close-in, the camera close-in again. Well played by Jaren. But Hikaru looks okay. To me, it looks like he was ready to make a move, and now he's just double checking. The slight head nod / head bob is back.
And he's looking more towards the left, so more looking towards the queen side. So I'm sure he's looking at this move. And again, you don't spend half an hour and then play knight g3. Like if you spend that much time, you go for knight takes c5. Like I'll be shocked. I'll be shocked if he doesn't take this pawn. If he's spending so much time, he must be looking at the variations. Fabiano, putting his hats in his hair. I do wonder if he's fully aware of the line starting with knight g5, and maybe he is. And if Fabiano sees knight g5, he might just not go down this line. I think here there's just no return. If he sees the line, he might just play queen d5 and accept the worst position. That is also why Hikaru shouldn't spend all his time here. I mean, queen a5 is a critical move, but it's not the only move. And here he still has to win the game, and for that he would need time.
Oof, what a tense moment. Meanwhile, the bet is not looking good for me, because if Hikaru finds knight g5, this game isn't gonna go on for very long, and Anish has actually been thinking for over 20 minutes. But yeah, this is a crucial moment. I'll take the hit on the 5 gifted subs. Just want Hikaru to take on c5 now and play knight g5.
Let's see if he will. Yeah. All right. So
And Michael,
yeah, Anish, like,
sorry,
go ahead.
I just wanted to, Michael was saying, is this game going to decide first place? So for those of you who are not aware of the tournament standings, if Hikaru, well, the situation is very simple. If Hikaru beats Fabi in this game, he wins Norway chess. If he doesn't, Fabi wins Norway chess. So yeah, this game does decide the tournament winner.
Exactly. Yeah, Fabiano is 2.5 points ahead of Hikaru. For a win, you get 3 points. For a loss, 0. So that would allow Hikaru to leapfrog Fabiano by the narrowest of margins. But like I said, a draw or a loss does not get it done. So he needs to win here. And he's doing the slide head. He's doing the head bop. I'm sure he's looking. Yeah, there we have it. That was a very, very firm. And there we go. Let's go. The best move on the board.
Knight takes c5, played by Hikaru. No reaction by Fabi.
And that is a good sign. Like, he sacrifices a pawn, and when your opponent takes it, you must have a move in mind. But perhaps he has realized that queen a5 loses, and the chat is going insane. They're like, let's go! That is my favorite streamer, WWWW! And I don't know. I don't see it for Fabiano. If he doesn't come up with anything here, he's just down 2 pawns. And I don't think he's got great compensation, because this bishop cannot come into the game very easily because all of the squares are blocked. And thanks, Just Be Kind, for the sub. We are having lots of energy here. Thanks, Crossman, for the 5 gifted. Let's go!
Thank you for all the support. The spam worked. The support is working. Hikaru has a winning position. If queen a5 is played, he still has to find knight g5. There are other decent options. But the position right now is actually just winning.
Yeah, no, I think so too. He's up 2 pawns. Again, we saw that queen a5 just loses. So I don't know what Fabiano should do here. Again, I think he should play a move like queen d5. Black is down 2 pawns, but the game kind of goes on. And he still has some compensation, right? He's got the 2 bishops. White's pawn structure is not the greatest. I think that queen a5, knight g5 just loses on the spot. Oh, wait, Hikaru goes into the confession booth again? I don't see him.
Would be so. I would love it if Hikaru went into the confessional and just rattled off the whole winning line. Like, yeah, this is it. If Fabi goes queen a5,
Exactly. Yeah, I don't see him at the board. I think right now he's just very, very focused. Of course, it's possible. But yeah, he might be saying like, well, I think Fabiano bluffed and I called him out. And yeah, but everything looking great. I mean, there's no better scenario than this one right here.
Absolutely. Meanwhile, Anish also made a move, so we might get some action on the counter front as well in a second.
And we see Anish looking at the score sheet. Oh, yeah, there. So I guess we just count that as 1. We just count that as 1, right?
Yeah. That's why we were at an odd number, because I saw Jaren explain one time Anish just walked into the camera, but then walked back, you know, without. But now this is 39.
Mm-hmm.
Anish should just walk from one side of the board to the other, just to, you know, make sure he gets both perspectives.
Exactly.
I mean,
it's kind of... Oh, sorry. I was just going to say it's kind of unfortunate for you when he stays in the frame because he should go out of the frame
Yeah.
and then come back in. Like when he stays in there, we cannot count it for more than
No.
just one.
Yeah. I was gonna say, I mean, to see Fabi, oh, there he was, 50. It was a very
So
quick.
okay.
It's hard to spot him when he walks very close to
Uh,
the camera, I think.
mhm.
Those are
Yeah,
harder to spot, but 51.
exactly. And Hikaru is in the confessional booth once again. So let's listen in. And welcome back, everyone, to round 9 of Norway Chess 2023. We got to hear Hikaru's thoughts during the break. He was talking how he was pretty happy that Fabiano was out of his preparation. He did not expect a fried liver. And after that, you guys might have thought that was just music, but those were all of his Hikaru's thoughts as well. He's like, finish him. So Fiona, everything looking good so far.
It is indeed. Hikaru has captured the pawn on c5. Life is good. He has a winning position. And surely by now, Fabi realizes that queen a5 would run into knight g5. So my prediction is he's probably not going to play queen a5, but it's not easy to find another move here because not only are you 2 pawns down, but your position is also not great. I mean, the knight on c5 is such a beast, controlling all the squares that the bishop on c8 could develop to. So what do you do if not queen a5?
I don't know. I mean, I think something like queen d5, like I said, this bishop doesn't have any good squares to develop to. So maybe f4, creating the f5 square, or bishop to g4. But as somebody pointed out in the chat, Fabiano, we said that he doesn't tilt often or much at all. But he does look a little rattled. He's not happy with the outcome of the opening. Yeah, he must be thinking to himself, like, wait, I need a draw here to win the tournament. And after 18 moves, I'm lost. And he knew probably the first, 12 moves. So after another 5, he finds himself in a lost position, which is really the worst situation that he can find himself in. But I'm sure he knows by now that queen a5 does not work. And I think he probably already spotted it as Hikaru was thinking.
Yeah, and what a tough spot for Fabi to find himself in, who is usually, I mean, so solid. To get a lost position after 17 moves is pretty crazy. For those of you wondering what the Anish counter is, I think it just went up to 78 as Anish walked back to his board. Oh, 79 as we speak. What is the Anish counter? If you're just joining us now, the Anish counter is how many times does Anish walk by? He's just hit 80, and Mr. Buck and myself have a little side bet going on. We both took a guess at how many times we would see Anish walk by today. I guessed very high, 328. Benjamin guessed 269. So with the counter hitting 80 now, I'm still quite a way off. But Anish has also, okay, 81. Good. Shaq needs to keep thinking. And you know, we need to hit that first 100 soon.
Exactly. Yeah, no, I think I'm pretty happy with my prediction. I just did the math real quick. For Anish to hit 269, he would have to pass by 67 times an hour. And we've just passed an hour, so it's going to be pretty close. But yeah, I think it all just depends on Shaq's time management. If Shaq plays a little bit faster, Anish will be thinking more of the board, then it will slow down. And in the meantime, yeah, Fabiano, he's got both hands in his hair, and yeah, he must realize that things have gone terribly wrong. And to be honest, I do not see it here.
Yeah, I mean, what can he even do? I mean, what do you even play here as black?
I do not know. I mean, queen a5 loses. We've established that to knight g5. I think either, like, to me, queen e5 makes sense. You do increase the pressure somewhat on the knight. White would sometimes like to go b4 to go queen b3 or maybe b5. b4 hangs the pawn, but I don't know if black can take it. It feels like something bad is going to happen, even something like queen a4 followed by b5. And yeah, this does not look good. Maybe the move f4. Again, you create the f5 square for your bishop, or the g4 square. White should be winning, but it's not over yet. Fabiano does have the bishop pair, and these pawns are pretty weak. They're not felled just yet. I think really the problem for black, as we discussed before, is the fact that this bishop cannot move out.
Meanwhile, I'm once again been distracted by Anish. I think we're one behind. I think we're 85. But yeah, this game is pretty much over. I think even you know, even if Anish walks by a lot, I think this game here has the potential to end quickly because yeah, because it's just such a tough spot for Fabi, and he needs to find the best moves to not just end up in a completely losing position immediately, basically.
Yeah, no, it looks tough for Fabiano. I think he is lost. I think he has lost 2 pawns. A 2 pawn deficit is pretty significant, but it's not completely over yet. It's not completely over yet. Again, he's got some compensation. Hikaru will still have to make some good moves, but he is very much capable of doing so. I mean, his technique generally is very good. He doesn't let his opponents back into the game. He's very determined to win this one. And they also played in the candidates in that game. Hikaru also got a great position out of the opening. Fabiano, to his credit, kept fighting, but Hikaru eventually did put the game away. So I'm curious to see what Fabiano is going to do. And to be fair, the time disparity also could play a role. Fabiano's only made 17 moves. He's down to 1 hour and 8 minutes, and his time is only taking lower and lower.
Absolutely. There was a question in the chat, what are the prices for Norway chess? So the winner walks away with approximately $69,000. What a nice number. What a nice payday. And yeah, I mean, what a tough spot. I mean, the fried liver attack couldn't possibly have worked out better for Hikaru. There's been a few questions, maybe for those people who just joined us during the break. Can we show the queen a5 line again?
Yeah, so if black plays the move queen to a5, then you play knight g5, going queen h5 and attacking this, and black is lost. So I think that is really the main problem for Fabiano. And I'm sure again he realized that if black takes here, queen h5, you threaten a checkmate and the rook. And there's just every single piece is always hanging. So that is really the big problem for black. I don't know if there's a queen. Well, queen e5 is a move, but there's no real line. The lines are more here. I mean, black can also play h6, but we go queen h5 anyway, attacking the rook and threatening queen f7. If black goes rook e7 to address both threats, we also have moves like knight c4, attacking the rook, attacking the knight. Also, in case black takes, we can recapture, keep this threat in place. And again, like, the problem for black always is that this knight is hanging in so many lines, and every single piece it just feels like is dropping off. So Hikaru is in a winning position. He's up 2 pawns, but he will still need to put it away. So the energy that you guys are sending in is paying off.
Absolutely. Keep sending that. I mean, the energy when Fabi played f5 was insane, actually. And Hikaru, well, has played the winning move in response. And I think there's a high likelihood that with every move that Fabiano plays now, his position just deteriorates further and further. I mean, I don't recall seeing Fabi getting a losing position at such an early stage. It really doesn't happen often.
No, for sure. He lost that game to Shahriar Mammadjarov earlier in the tournament, but actually he got a good position out of the opening. I cannot think of an occasion as well where he got a lost position out of the opening. I guess maybe still somehow the pressure of being in first place and only needing a draw got to him. The thing what is kind of difficult when you are in that situation is that you think to yourself, okay, I shouldn't play too passively because that is also a good recipe to lose. But sometimes then you might play overly aggressive. I don't know, maybe this is what happened to Fabiano. It's very difficult to explain. Like, weird things start creeping in your head when the stakes are high.
Absolutely. So yeah, this is looking good. Maybe now we can take a quick tour at the other boards, because I think the crucial move, knight takes c5, has been made. We'll come back here if Fabi makes a move, but maybe we can quickly see what's happening elsewhere.
Yeah, let's have a look at some of the other games. Let's have a look at Wesley's game against Gukesh in the scenario that Hikaru doesn't win and Gukesh wins. Then Gukesh could overtake him, but that's never going to happen. First of all, Wesley's never going to lose, and Hikaru is going to win. I mean, we already know that. But it feels like Wesley still has a slight edge. The pawn on d5 is a little bit weak. Magnus a little bit better. He's got the bishop pair. These knights, to be fair though, are pretty active. And then we have the game between Arjan Tori and Ali Reza Firouzja. I don't think we've looked at this one at all.
No,
This
at
one
all,
started
no.
off as an early bishop b5 check. They go for this setup. I had quite a bunch of games with my good friend Eric Hansen in this line. It's a pretty interesting line. All the pieces are on the board. Let's see, maybe d5 for Arjan. But I think Ali Reza is not too unhappy. Like I said, he's got all of the pieces on the board. And since I'm sure he's looking to win this game, often that's the most you can ask for when you play with black.
Absolutely. I agree with you. He also has a half-hour edge on the clock. So while Arjan's position is still perfectly decent, objectively, he's probably slightly better here with more space. But he'll have to keep an eye on that clock. And also, I guess psychologically, it's just difficult to lose so many games in a tournament. At some point, you're quite beaten down. But let's see if he can get something out of this last round matchup against Ali Reza.
Yeah, so let's see what is going to happen here. Then we also have the game between Anish, the pacer, and Mamedyarov. I like Anish's position. I don't know why Mamedyarov played this weird line with knight g7. It's got a very dubious reputation. And right now, in the current position right here, if Anish plays the move e5, I don't see how black easily gets developed. I mean, you cannot get d5 in because we can take en croissant. And I mean, b5, bishop b7 doesn't really seem to be working either. So I don't know what Shaq has in mind here. I really like the white position.
Yeah, interesting approach, certainly, by Shaq for the last round game. I mean, I don't know. Do you think he just wanted to take Anish out of book early, or what was his thinking? Not out of book, but out of his, let's say, main lines.
I think that definitely played a role. Anish has that reputation as one of the best prepared players in the world. So that's why he tried to surprise him with that move knight g7 on move 3. Anish did spend 6 minutes, but after that, he blitzed out almost every move. I mean, he did think here for a little bit for queen to e3. Again, another 6 minutes. But after that, he was speeding. He was blitzing out moves again. So that's the thing. Even though people might not have looked at a particular line that very morning, they might have looked at it a couple months ago and they still remember it.
But so when did he spend all his time?
Very good question. Let's have a look. Anish spent a lot of time for queen to d1 on move number 12, right here. To be fair, the timestamps are sometimes a little bit off on chess.com.
So queen d1. But yeah, I mean, I don't think the time difference here of 20 minutes makes a big difference because, as you said, after e5, he would get a very nice position. So let's hope he plays e5 soon and gets that counter to 100.
Yeah. Let's see if he's going to move. In the meantime, Fabiano is still deep in the tank. He's already approaching the 1 hour mark. So let's see what he's going to play. Yeah, I think we've looked at all of the games so far. So let's go back to Hikaru's game. Again, queen e5 makes sense. Queen a5 loses to knight g5. f4 as well. I think right now Fabiano needs to move quickly. If he has a bad position and also is way down on the clock, he's just going to lose. His only chance here is to just make moves. Maybe it could confuse Hikaru, like when you're in a lost position and you're making every move confidently and quickly, it could confuse your opponent. So that is maybe the only thing he could hope for. If he's spending a lot of time for every move, Hikaru knows hey, he's spending a lot of time because he knows his position is bad, which means that there are no good moves. So I think really on every end, Hikaru is doing fantastic here.
Yeah, I mean, this is looking so good. Fabi has spent half of his allocated 2 hours already, and we're only on move 18 once again. The problem right now is just to find a move. I agree with you that he should play quick, but it's so difficult because so many of the moves are just straight up losing. I mean, we can look at this. Did we already look at queen d5? looked at queen d5, right?
We looked at queen e5 for a brief moment. Here we thought like maybe b4 makes sense to expand on the queen side. It allows queen a4. It does hang this pawn, but we thought it's probably not a good idea because of queen a4 attacking the knight, and we follow up with b5. And it feels like black is lacking any sort of harmony. And again, really the issue is that you cannot get this bishop easily into the game. And your bishop pair is supposed to be your main source of compensation, but this piece isn't really playing. So I guess that also is what Fabiano realizes. And I'm kind of curious. Let's say black plays f4 here. Do we also go b4, or do we address the positional-ish threat of bishop to g4 with pawn h3?
I kind of, I was gonna say I kind of like h3, but I also want to make sure that I don't eventually run into some kind of pawn storm. Yeah, because in a desperate situation, Fabi might try something like this.
Yeah, g5, I feel like it's gonna backfire. Black's king will get pretty exposed, like along this diagonal. Also, there might be tricks with knight e4 f6 at some point down the road. So I don't know. It's looking really bad for Fabiano. He's spending so much time, but I do think we have to address that threat of bishop g4. Like, let's say we go here. I think this is annoying because now after h3, black goes here, and we cannot break the pin easily anymore with g4 because black can take en croissant. Also,
so okay, maybe f4. Yeah, maybe that's a likely move that Fabi will make.
I like f4. Also, I just wanted to point out, if Hikaru wins this game, I think he will overtake both Alireza and Fabiano Caruana in the world standings, and he would be back to world number 2. And hey, if he can stay there and play enough tournaments, that would give him a direct spot for the candidates tournament in 2024.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, as he mentioned during his confessional appearance, he doesn't think he will play enough games. But did you say the other day that he will play the Grand Swiss? That he will
He is most likely going to play the Grand Swiss, but he is not going to play the World Cup, unfortunately. I think he's already made other plans. He isn't committed yet to the Grand Swiss, but most likely, yes, he is going to play.
Because there are also 2 spots up for grabs in that. So that would be one other possible qualification route. How many games do you need to play for the rating spot?
They don't look at the amount of games that you play, but you have to play in 4 FIDE circuit tournaments.
Yeah.
So this would be one. Unfortunately, the American Cup did not count because it was only played with players with the same federation. And there's only one tournament for which they would make an exception, and that is the National Championship, but that is the US Championship, not the American Cup. So he will have to play, like, let's say he plays this tournament, he plays the Grand Swiss, then he would have to play another 2 tournaments. But again, he hasn't committed to anything yet.
But the World Rapid and Blitz, does that, you said the other day, it might count double, but even if it just counts as one, that would be another one that he will most likely play, I imagine. So
yeah, I've
one
heard
more
about that.
Huh?
Let me look that up real quick. The FIDE circuit. I don't know if that does count for 2 tournaments. If that is the case, that would easily solve the issue. Then he just plays this one, the Grand Swiss, and then the World Rapid and Blitz. So let's see if he's going to do that.
But maybe in the chat they're saying because it's only classical tournaments on the circuit.
Well, Rapid and Blitz tournaments do count, but they count for less, if I'm not mistaken.
What do you mean by less, like half a tournament or what?
Well, they count for less points.
But if you only need 4 tournaments.
Or you can sorry, you can gain less points. They will still count as a full tournament, but they count for less points. Yes.
No, apparently, according to D97 in the chat, they count for the circuit, but not for the rating spot. And they looked it up yesterday.
I think this is the case. I mean, there's the World Rapid Championship and there's the World Blitz Championship. So those are 2 tournaments. And I just looked it up. The following non-standard play tournaments are included: the World Rapid Championship, the World Blitz Championship, Continental Rapid and Blitz Championship, and other Rapid and Blitz tournaments that meet the above criteria and have Yeah, so I mean, the World Rapid and Blitz would count as 2 tournaments, so that would easily get him there. And he loves playing the World Rapid and Blitz, so that could
But
easily.
not according. I think D97 just put the regulations in the chat there. The player needs to have played at least 4 standard eligible tournaments.
Oh, let me. Oh, so the World Rapid and Blitz doesn't even count as 1. Let me look that up real quick. Oh, with standard time control. So he would have to play 2 tournaments. So I guess the Grand Swiss could be 1. Maybe he could play the Sinkfield Cup, and he would have to find another tournament. But hey, Hikaru has to play the candidates. He has to do that. I mean, come on, we want to be here and cheer him on. In the meantime, Queen e5 has been played by Fabiano.
So Queen D5, one of the moves that we were looking at, and here we suggested B4. So let's go through these lines again.
So yeah, Queen e5. Queen c2 also looks like a very logical move, preparing to offer the queen trade with Queen c4. So Hikaru really has a lot of nice options here. But yeah, like you said, I also like b4, preparing b5, kicking the knight away, maybe Queen a4. And it looks like Hikaru went into the confessional booth again. So let's listen in. And welcome back, everyone. Those were Hikaru's thoughts. And like I said, he's feeling very good. And yeah, it's really good to hear that he is spotting this idea of pawn b4 to b5. He was sharing his thoughts in this position right here. I'm kind of interested to hear that he didn't say anything about the move Queen a5, which is the main move that we considered. It's the most critical move, but perhaps he just already realized that this just loses. So let's see what he's going to do after Queen d5. I mean, he said that he wants to go for b4. But, I mean, to me, Queen c2 also looks pretty good.
What? Didn't he? I thought he played before already, or was I hallucinating? No. Oh, no, he didn't.
Oh, no.
No. But he did say, right, in the confessional booth that I seen this idea with b4. The question is, does he want to give up that pawn on a2? How does he evaluate those lines? And as you said, if not, Queen c2 is also perfectly good move. Other than b4 or Queen c2, are there any other candidate moves?
Not that I see right away. I mean, you want to improve your position somehow. d4 will always be met by e4. That doesn't really make a whole lot of sense. h3 is a move, but there's really no need to do that. And like you said, there could potentially maybe be some g5, g4 push, or, maybe black does something like this. I don't know. I think he is going to go for either b4 or Queen c2. Like, those moves by far look the most logical. Like I said, b4, b5. hit the knight and destabilize the center, or just queen c2 and queen c4. And I don't see what Fabiano is doing. He's just down 2 pawns, and like 1 pawn is something, you know, very often you have enough compensation, but 2 pawns really is too much.
Yeah, and well, it was good to see Hikaru, you know, looking so confident. He also still has this big time edge on the clock. So as long as Hikaru can keep his cool, and he didn't look too stressed in the confessional, I think things are looking really good. Methylamin is asking, why not knight g5 here?
Knight g5 is a move, but it doesn't come with the same effect because the queen of d5 is still covering this square over here. So Fabiano could play, let's say, h6. You can go queen h5, and we can just, I mean, only the rook is hanging. You can play something like rook e7. In the meantime, Hikaru has played the move queen to c2. Pretty good move. He's aiming for queen c4 and just trade the queens off.
Yeah, queen c2 makes perfect sense, getting up immediately. And now the question is, how does black want to continue here? White has a couple of ideas, queen c4, maybe b4 again, in some lines. I see the engine is suggesting, one of the moves the engine is suggesting is rook b8. So let's take a look at that. What happens after rook b8, queen c4?
Yeah, so let's say rook b8 by Fabiano. I think the main idea is to go rook b5 and increase the pressure on the knight. Perhaps I think we will just go queen c4, offer the trade of queens. And if Fabiano takes, I wonder if we will take the opportunity to undouble our pawns with d takes c4. The drawback, however, is that black gets in the move e4, and we will stay in this nasty pin. So perhaps we should play rook takes. We don't keep, I mean, the pawn structure is not ideal, but we do activate the rook. The knight on c5 is crucial to dominate the bishop on c8. Maybe something like rook to b5, but it really doesn't feel like black has enough. But hey, there is also the idea of rook a5 attacking this bishop over here. So it is not 100% over yet. But again, Hikaru up 35 minutes as well.
Yeah, I think, but I was curious that, so the evaluation did go down ever so slightly, right? Somewhere in that line.
Yeah,
Although
very, very
despite,
slightly.
very, very slight despite the fact. So, okay, I mean, it is, but it is 2 pawns. I think black has still a tiny bit of compensation. It would be fine for 1 pawn, but I think 2 is just too many. By the way, we're about to hit 3 digits the next time Anish comes back. So let's hope. Here we go, 100. Yep. Let's hope Jacques takes his sweet time. But yeah, still looking fantastic for Hikaru, especially with the time dropping down for Fabi. Yeah, 1/3 of the way there, says Dida. How much do I actually need to win?
That's a great question. So let me do the math real quick. So 328 plus
300.
269.
300 I need, I think.
Yeah, 300, or maybe even 200, 299. And let me check real quick. But yeah, around 300, that is where you win.
Yeah, I think
All
299
right, so,
exactly, because then you'd be away 30 and I'd be away 29, yeah?
Exactly.
So 299 is my magic number. Let's go, Anish.
Right. We got a question in the chat by Eric California, who wondered, if they trade queens, why is white so much better? Well, white would be much better because white has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 pawns, and black has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 pawns. And generally, when you are on material, it is a good idea to trade off pieces. So that is why Hikaru is aiming for that idea. I'm sure, I mean, he said in the confessional that he saw before, but the question is, like, why bother? If you go before, you also have to calculate all of this. Queen c2 looks pretty easy. I mean, you're just aiming for queen c4, trade off the queens, and what more can you ask for if you are up 2 pawns? But we do really appreciate everyone asking questions in the chat. Don't be shy at all, and we'll be more than happy to answer all of those.
Absolutely. So I think that actually queen c2 was the more human move to make, even if b4 looked promising as well. If not rook b8, what else could Fabi go for here?
I don't know. I mean, perhaps still the move f4 to get that bishop out into the game, but it seems like a little bit late. I mean, we just go queen c4, let's say trade, and bishop g4. It really doesn't feel like black has enough here. Maybe bishop e2, increasing the pressure on e5. And I mean, you're in an endgame down 2 pawns. You've got some play, but Fabiano must realize that if Hikaru plays this accurately, he should be winning. So he's in a tough spot. He's in a very tough spot.
The good news for me is that this is a winning position that would take more time to convert than the immediate kill with knight g5. I think the chances that we were going to see that were not very high, because I think once Hikaru takes on c5, of course, Fabi is going to understand that there was something wrong with that move. I see in the chat, Makloof is saying Ariantari is plus 0.9 against Anish. That's not possible because they're not playing each other. Oh, he did mean Firouzja. I wonder what happened there, because Firouzja's position looked very solid. Do you want to take a quick look, see what Alireza has been up to?
Yeah, let's have a look. So let's look at the other games real quick. I mean, Magnus still having a slight edge. He has 2 bishops. Then Wesley a little bit better. Gukesh has that isolated pawn. And yeah, Anish played e5. Everything looking good for him. And Aryan looks to be better as well. He's got more space. He played this very strong move, d5, kicking the knight back. Now going knight fd2. And a really nice plan here with f3. So he can move his bishop back to f2 and activate it on this diagonal. Now, even though Aryan is better, he is down on the clock. He's down 25 minutes, but he only needs to make another 17 moves. The thing, though, is it's not easy to break down Black's position in the next couple of moves. So this could drag out for quite a bit longer, and so he will need his time for the remainder of the game.
Yeah, I think it's easy also to be misled by the evaluation here. I understand that the engines prefer white, but I think for 2 humans playing it over the board, things are far from being so clear. Meanwhile, Fabi has just made a move, so maybe we can check back in there. Oh!
Blunder! Okay, well, rook d8. Well, he moves his rook over 1 square, but I don't necessarily see what it is doing. Maybe we can go queen c4, but here we could also go queen c3 to attack this pawn over here. And I do not see how Black can easily defend that pawn over there. And by the way, we have an interview. Chess.com has an interview with Lil Jon, so maybe we can try to pull that up later.
Sure, sounds good. That does sound good. So queen c3. Can we just rewind one move to the live position?
Oh, and we have the interview with Lil Jon ready, so let's listen in. Seems very, very promising. And we're back. So Chris Littlejohn shared his thoughts there. So he said that the line that Fabiano played did not work out at all. So he said, I think that it is a line without rook c1 and knight c6 included. So let's have a look. So let's say Black goes, I don't know how they would get it then. Like, let's say you go b3, rook e8, rook e1, c5, bishop a3. Black plays something like bishop f8, knight e4, f5, Yeah, this does seem to be a line. This does seem to be a line. And if you take black goes e4, so perhaps that is what he confused. But as Little John said, with rook c1 and knight c6 included, it doesn't work out at all. So Hikaru has a winning position. Let's go back to the live position we have right now. Rook d8, and yeah, after queen c3, what is Fabiano going to do?
Tough spot. I mean, just to answer the question, oh, Hikaru about to make a move, giving Anish a look there, head bobbing. Hikaru is looking very confident. For those in the chat who weren't familiar with Chris Littlejohn before, I think in this case, someone asked, is it his coach? And what's his rating? I think here it's really more a case of it being a second. I think Chris mostly or maybe exclusively does opening work with Hikaru, because you'd actually be surprised. His rating is not very high at all. Do you know it off the top of your head, or should
I looked it up real quick. Lil Jon is rated 2150. But yeah, he's very good at working with computers. Hikaru has been working for him for a very long time, already since 2009, or perhaps even earlier, as he said. Hikaru is reaching for a piece. I really do like queen c3, attacking this pawn over here, and I do not see how Fabiano is supposed to defend it. I mean, bishop d6, but it feels like there's got to be something for white, even something like maybe bishop b2, increasing the pressure on that pawn. So Hikaru must have a winning position here, and I think if he plays accurately, he has got great chances to put this one away.
Yeah, for sure. Still up 2 pawns. All his pieces are in play. This is looking fantastic. He's up. I can't do maths anymore. Oh my goodness. He's up for 35 minutes. Am I going crazy? Is that correct?
Yes, he's up 35 minutes. That's quite a lot of time. So yeah, more than enough time to figure it out. It seems like he was reaching for the right move. The good thing for Hikaru, that's what he said in the confessional. He felt like his moves are really easy, and I feel the same way. Like queen c3 looks like a pretty logical move, attacking this pawn over here. I guess queen c4 is still a move, but it's kind of lost its punch because queen c4, Fabiano has already played that move, anticipating the recapture. But now, since the rook has moved, the e-pawn is a little bit more vulnerable, so I really like that one.
Yeah, and Hikaru, while he was reaching out, he's now gone back into deep focus move. He's not in a rush. I mean, Hikaru has a lot of time. I think it might be a good moment here to invest, but it seemed like he was reaching for the queen, right? Did you also have that impression?
Yeah, no, he was certainly reaching for the queen. I mean, I don't really see another piece that he could reach for. Maybe the b pawn, because it was kind of on that side, but I really do think he was reaching for the queen. And again, queen c3 looks pretty logical. So let's see if he will eventually decide on it. But I'm starting to wonder, Fiona. I mean, the position is looking better and better. Can Fabiano even turn this into a game, or is it just going to be over after, let's say, 30, 35 moves?
Yeah, I think it's going to be very difficult. I think Fabiano will need some help from Hikaru to turn this into a game, actually. I think if Hikaru keeps playing the way he's been playing, I mean, he's found everything. I don't think Fabi is going to manage to create. I think the only way to create something is to go for something unsound, you know, like some kind of unsound attack. But you can do that if Hikaru was very low on time and you had plenty of time. But with this time situation, I think it's really difficult to imagine that something is going to happen here.
Yeah, and that's looking really great. In the meantime, people are saying in the chat that Magnus went into the confessional booth. I do not see it, but if he did, perhaps we could pull it up. Of course, we want to stay focused on Hikaru's game. But yeah, to be fair, I do not see it.
There was Anish though, 135. Gotta keep. I can always, you know, whenever Anish makes a move, I feel like okay, I can finally relax for a second, because you know, I gotta keep a close eye if I want to have any chance. But Jaren has been doing fantastically, I have to say, you know. But still, you know, I gotta make sure, while Hikaru is also making sure that queen c3 is the move he wants to make. The head bob is back. Herr Drago is asking, what's the best move, Bok?
Yeah, I think the move that we were talking about, queen c3, just increasing the pressure over here. Yeah, Trevor, he is talking about Magnus's confessional, but I really do not see it. I mean, I think we would have to go all the way back. Perhaps maybe later we will have a chance to pull it up. But yeah, I like queen c3, increasing the pressure on opponent e5. There's no easy way to defend it. I mean, rook e8 back, you've just spent 2 moves going back and forth. I don't know, bishop d6 also looks extremely loose. Hikaru looking to the ceiling. I wonder what he's thinking about. Aha, wait. There is a tricky move. After queen c3, black could go e4. And if you take, your knight is under attack. It doesn't have any good scores, but it seems like the knight can actually go here. Because if you take it, we take here, attack the queen, and we attack the knight over here. Like, let's say black goes here. Our bishop is under attack, so we should trade first. We also threaten checkmate, by the way. And in case black takes here, we take white is up 3 pawns. And this is easy money. This is an easy win for Hikaru.
But at least it's not, it's something something to think about. Sorry, I just got confused. At Fiona, when are you going to stream cooking with my mom again? I don't think I ever did any stream with my mom. I baked a cake once. I don't think I don't like cooking. I don't know about you, Buck. Never been a big, you know, for lunch I made some pasta. That's about the extent of my culinary skills. I still miss the microwave. Does it still exist in back in the US at least?
Yeah, the microwave is still alive. Yeah, I cook from time to time, really not that often. But yeah, I also like cooking pasta, especially with chicken. That's probably my main. That's my favorite cook. That's my favorite dish to cook. All right. In the meantime, Hikaru is still deep in the tank. Let's see. I mean, besides queen c3, I'm sure he's looking at the lines. He seems to be calculating. So let's see what he's going to come up with. He still has a hefty advantage on the clock. Still 30 minutes.
Yeah, looking at the ceiling, double checking. But okay, can we see that line again? That the one that you just showed. So how did that go after rook d8, queen c3, e4?
Takes, and here the move knight g5, which is not an easy one, but if you spot it, then I mean, there's still bishop f5 defending the pawn, but now white has the time to, and he's played queen c4, which is probably also pretty all right move. Fabiano took. Now I expect Hikaru just to recapture with the rook, and he should be in very good shape still to win this one.
Okay, so the queens are off the board. Queens off the board. Fabi also making a fast move, rook d8. But, you know, it's still... Oh, the moves are coming in really fast now. Oh, no, but that was... Oh, sorry, my video was a bit delayed.
And Hikaru doing the head bob again. He was already reaching for a piece, so I wonder what move he is aiming for. I wonder if he can go for something like... I mean, it looks crazy, but there's a lot of hanging pieces. I mean, take bishop b5. I don't think it quite works out. So let's see what he's going to do. But he's up 2 pawns. He's up 2 pawns. I don't think Fabiano really has enough compensation. The one thing he's got going for himself is the fact that Hikaru is pinned on this diagonal, and it's really not easy to get out of that. You can move your e-rook over to c1, so that then you can play bishop to b2. But by playing this move, you alleviate some of the pressure on the e5 pawn. That being said, though, it's still very difficult for Fabiano to develop this bishop. So let's see what Hikaru is going to come up with. It looks like he's getting ready to move, because I'm sure that when he was thinking about queen c4, he must have realized, like, okay, that Fabiano's idea is to take and go rook d5, because also after queen c4, white has the threat of knight takes e5, because the queen on d5 is pinned.
There was a question in the chat about why Hikaru recaptured on c4 with the rook.
Yeah, so it might look much more logical to take, let's say, with a d pawn, right? We fix our pawn structure, but this allows black to play e4, attacking the knight. The knight has to jump somewhere like here. d2 is hanging. All of a sudden, black is completely in the game. So unfortunately, we have to keep our ugly structure. But hey, our rooks are both on open and half open files, and we are up 2 pawns. So things still looking really good.
Yeah, Hikaru hasn't made his move yet. But the head bob, the head bob. There's so much going on right now to look at on the camera. There is Anish who's been making a few fast moves. I'm almost at the halfway mark, Book. Are you getting a little bit scared?
Yeah, no, it's getting pretty close. It's getting pretty close. It really depends on how long the games will take. Now, the good thing is at some point they will get low on time, and then I expect Anish to walk around a little bit less. So let's check in that game. I think, yeah, right now, maybe your prediction is looking pretty good because we're like pretty much halfway, and he is halfway of 300. So let's check in with his game. Some pieces are already off the board. This doesn't feel like a long, grindy game, but you never know. It could.
Why not? You mean
Just
that
because
it's too good for Anish or the
perhaps
position?
perhaps so. But there is a possibility that, let's say, Shaq takes here, Anish recaptures. We get some opposite color bishop endgame, which goes on for another 100 moves, right? That is how this game could take a long time. But it
Yeah.
is somewhat concerning for Shaq that the bishop on c8 is stuck.
No, it's not that this doesn't look like a fun position. The good news is Shaq still has plenty of time, and it's a position where he might invest plenty of the time. The good news for me is that Anish pretty much always walks when it's not his move. I mean, he rarely stays at the board. For those of you wondering what happened with why it's an even or odd number, sometimes Anish walked into the shot and then walked away again without crossing the end of the camera shot, if that makes sense. So sometimes it's not necessarily back and forth.
Mm-hmm. Exactly. Yeah. In the meantime, Hikaru is still deep in thought. He's up 25 minutes on the clock. I mean, everything is looking pretty good. He's up 2 pawns. Again, he's also up on time. There's no very, very clear-cut way to make progress, but I'm sure he will figure something out. But with all that being said and done, we are going on a very short break. But do not go anywhere. When we come back, we will continue covering Hikaru's game against Fabiano. We will see you guys at the other end of this break.
See you then.
And welcome back, everyone, to Norway Chess 2023. Hikaru is still in the tank after Fabiano's rook to d5. Fiona, what do you think is going through his mind right now?
Well, I think the dust has settled somewhat. The queens have come off the board, which means that the nature of the position has changed, obviously. He is still up 2 pawns for the good, but there is this one thing you mentioned, which is annoying. That's the pin of the knight on c5. We see the black bishop on f8 looking at the bishop on a3 that is unprotected. So I think now it's just I think it's a good time to invest some time and come up with a long-term plan of which setup does he want to go for. There are a few, this isn't a position like the one we saw earlier, and maybe we can just rewind for everyone who is just joining us now to show the moment where the game turned around. This was on move 17 when Fabi played this fateful f5 move. That was a moment where there was one move that was screaming to be played, and we were all on the edges of our seat waiting for knight c5 to appear, while the position we see now is very different. I think there's a few moves that make sense. So a good moment, I think, just to, regroup and come up with a plan. Do you want to play rook c1 maybe to overprotect the knight on c5? Then you would be able to maybe move the bishop away in the future and just sort of untangle the pieces. There's also a move like h4, which might make some sense. I see it suggested by the engine. I'm not sure if the idea is to just sort of stop some g5 pushes in the future, to maybe get the square for the knight, to also just make some luft for the king. It could be a very multi-purpose move, but I've talked for a long time. What are your thoughts, Benjamin?
Yeah, and I think one of the main ideas behind the move h4 is that it creates some luft for the king. That is always useful. And like I said, it stops black from playing a potential g5. What Hikaru could also do here, those are all very slow ways to improve the position. He can also for a more direct approach with something like knight a4, attacking the knight on c6. And in case black takes here, we take here, the pawn on e5 is hanging. This is another completely different approach and something that could make a lot of sense as well. And maybe that is what he is thinking about, because otherwise it's not super easy to make progress. I think h4, it's possible, but I would be kind of surprised if it is played. To me, a move like rook ec1 looks perhaps a little bit more human. Let's say Fabiano goes rook b8. I kind of wonder well, I guess the plan is to go bishop b2, now that the knight is protected, and we shift our attention to the pawn on e5. Now it would be a big threat to move this knight away, because the knight's under attack, the bishop would be hanging as well. So that looks like a pretty clear-cut way to improve. The one thing that is a little bit concerning is that Hikaru is already spending 15 minutes in this position right here. And we've seen it in other games where he starts out very quickly out of the opening, has a big time advantage, but then slowly but surely the time advantage goes away. So I kind of hope that he will keep the time edge in this game.
Yeah, I think I think rook c1 is really a very human move in this position. So we'll see what Hikaru comes up with. Maybe we can take a quick look. We haven't seen Magnus's game in quite a long time, so maybe we can take a quick look there while we wait for Hikaru to make a move. Oh, although he was reaching. Let's quickly check Magnus.
So Magnus still having a slight edge. He has the bishop pair. There's also an imbalance in the pawn structure. He has a 3 versus 2 majority on the king side, while Noterbeck has a 4 versus 3 majority on the queen side. Hikaru has moved. Just wanted to say, I think Magnus is a little bit better after rook fe1. But let's have a look at Hikaru's game. He played rook ec1, very logical move, over protecting the knight. So then now on the next move, he can play bishop to b2. I really like this one. I know that the computer and the chat was suggesting h4, but to me, this move looks extremely human. Just defending this piece, and he keeps improving the position.
For sure. By the way, there was one comment I really liked in the chat from Corit134. He is saying there was almost 4K people watching. Well, there are over 4K of you right now, and we have all seen Anir's butt 167 times. That is 668,000 views of his bottom so far. Loving the maps there.
Exactly. Enjoy. So yeah, big shout out to everyone who's watching. Really do appreciate everyone. Make sure to follow the channel if you haven't already. Also, if you haven't created a Kick account, make sure to make one. And yeah, because you might get gifted a sub, you never know. And this would be a good way to kickstart your following of Hikaru. So let's see. I mean, Fabiano down 14 minutes on the clock. And the difficult thing for Fabiano is that he doesn't have easy moves. Like, how is he gonna improve his position? I don't see it.
Yeah, it's a very difficult spot for Fabiano. You need to somehow also, I mean, the bishop from c8 and the rook from a8 haven't made a single move in the game yet, but this monster knight on c5 is still doing a fantastic job of restricting the bishop from c8 and the rook. Well, it could go to b8, but it's not really clear what it would do there. So I really don't see an easy move for Fabiano. And once again, it's very easy that whatever move he made would just see the evaluation go down further.
For sure. Yeah. I mean, after something like h6, we also have the idea of to go b4, maybe b5, kick that knight away to loosen up e5 a little bit. I think bishop b2 is Hikaru's main idea. So let's have a look. If Fabiano goes rook b8, yeah, I guess we go here. Is knight b4 even a move, or does it just hang this? I don't know. I mean, like you said, the real problem for black is that this bishop is never coming into the game. And taking here is never going to solve any of your problems, because you take, this knight is under attack. It feels like you're losing another pawn. And even though there are opposite color bishops on the board, black is down so many pawns that I think even something like this, let's say we go down this endgame, I think even this should be, although I think it should be winning. I'm not 100% sure, but I think even this should be winning.
It's so tough, right, with these opposite color bishop endings, because here, well, he's up 3 pawns, but one of those extra pawns is a double d pawn, and I think it's impossible to calculate. This is a position where you just gotta rely on your gut feeling to tell you, is it enough or not? To me, it seems a little risky to enter something like that without the certainty that it's winning.
Yeah, and someone's asking, can you sub on Kick from mobile? Very often you can sub on mobile, but it will often cost more because the iOS app or the iOS store will charge a fee. So I would suggest if you wanna, if you're planning to spend money, you should do so on your computer. Anyway, we have to move bishop to d6 by Fabiano, defending the pawn on e5 a little bit more. And let's see what Hikaru is going to do here. Maybe bishop b2, again, increasing the pressure on this pawn over here. Bishop b2 would also perhaps pose the threat of a knight jump, maybe to a4. And yeah, let's see what Fabiano is going to do here. Now he could move his knight because the pawn on e5 is protected. He can go king e7, but here, maybe d4 at a well-timed moment. But again, Hikaru is doing fantastic. Here's up 2 pawns, but he still has to win the game.
Absolutely. And well, still some work to be done. You can never rest on your laurels in these kind of positions. Apart from bishop b2, I mean, this h4 we looked at earlier is still in the position. But other than that, it's hard to say, because all the pieces are kind of well placed, right?
Yeah, all of the pieces are pretty well placed. It seems like they are almost at their optimal squares. I mean, this knight can really be further improved, maybe the knight, and that is why, again, like after 97, you can consider, like, let's say something like this, maybe at the right moment, d4 and 95. For the moment, this would allow take stakes on rook d2, but this does seem like a nice way to further improve. Again, really the issue for black is that he cannot easily improve, but it's of course up to Hikaru to win the game, and he's currently away. I really do hope that he will keep up his time match. He gets back at the board, so let's see what he's going to do.
Yeah, here he is coming back to the board. People were wondering if he was in the confessional. I don't think we have any input on that for now. The time advantage, I mean, people are talking about the time advantage in the chat. You know, it's still 15 minutes. Hikaru still has 1 hour on the clock, which is plenty. I don't think, unless he suddenly starts really tanking and drops drastically below Fabi's time, I don't think the time getting somewhat closer is a problem for now. I think Hikaru just needs to come up with a plan of what he wants to do here. What would you play?
I think bishop to b2 to, again, that was kind of the idea of rook ec1, because now the knight is protected. We want to get out of this pin over here. It also supports a potential d4 push. So I think that is what he's going for. Also bishop b2, it could pose the threat, I think, specifically of knight e4. Like, let's say black goes h6. Knight e4 is a nice punch, because in case of takes, the rook is under attack, and the knight as well. And so Hikaru was already reaching for a piece. So let's see which one. He could, of course, also play h4 or h3 to make sure that he always has some room for the king.
Yeah, I think those also make perfect sense to just avoid any kind of back rank tricks in the future. Right now, it's hard to imagine how you could ever get in trouble on the back rank, but you know, if the position ever opens up, it can't hurt. If you don't think that you have a better move, why not just give the king some space? But Hikaru is reaching for something on the queen side, so probably bishop e2 on the
Yeah,
queen
I'm pretty
side.
sure he's reaching for the bishop. He cannot move the knight, because it would allow black to take over here, and the rook on c1 is also hanging. And bishop e2 also, again, it looks pretty logical. Knight is protected. We increase the pressure on this piece. He knows the move. He knows the move. He just has to trust his instinct, just go with the flow. And he's not going to win the game in the next couple of moves, but he just has to trust that he is gradually going to improve his position, and that things are only going to get better from here. But he should try to keep that time edge.
For sure. And interesting that Fabi, I think someone in the chat said earlier that Fabi has only gotten up twice in the game. I mean, he didn't get much respite, right? He got caught in the opening, and then things just went downhill very quickly. So Fabi now, I don't think has Fabi ever gone to the confessional in the tournament?
I don't think so. I think it's just been Hikaru and Magnus. I can't think of any other player that has gone into the confessional booth.
But they've given us a lot of content between the two of them. So we've gotten the two main men in there. Anish apparently confessed as well, so according to Trevor. The Anish counter. Come on, Anish. Let's hit 200.
Yeah, I don't remember Anish's confession, and I kind of wonder if it is somewhat to Hikaru's advantage. Maybe he prefers or he likes talking during the game, because during a game of chess, you have all of these thoughts in your head, and it's a little bit odd that you cannot talk at all, right? And what other instance is that the case? I mean, the only instance I can think of is in a game of chess. So perhaps it helps him, clear his mind a little bit, get all of his thoughts out. And yeah, it might help him in this tournament, and that is why he's got excellent chances to win here.
Apparently, we have our first result of the day. According to Aaron Robb, the Wesley game has ended in a draw.
Okay, bishop e2 by Hikaru. So let's have a look at the game between Wesley and Gukesh ended in a draw. So we left off right around here. Rook d2 was played, h6, Wesley takes, bishop 95. But already right around here, we have a pretty good idea where the game is headed due to the opposite colored bishops. Really not much to be seen here, especially after the rook trade. And so good result for Gukesh. If I'm not mistaken, he finishes the tournament on +2. Very, very solid showing. I remember he was struggling in Baikhanze. Or no, wait, I think I made a mistake. He finished on +1, but very, very solid tournament for Gukesh, and they are going to move on to an Armageddon. By the way, also, do you know the story behind Hikaru's ring?
I should know the story behind his ring, right? Something with
so
his stepdad.
He actually got it at the US Championship in 2009, and that's where he played this opening that he's right now playing against Fabiano. So
I never realized, actually.
And actually, back then, Hikaru was not sure yet as to whether he wanted to become a professional chess player. But winning the tournament gave him the confidence that he could do it. I don't know, perhaps back then, like he said, it was the first time that the US Championship was sponsored or was set up by the St. Louis Chess Club. So the prize funds were probably also a lot better. So maybe that gave him the confidence that he could pursue a career as a chess player.
Yeah, and the players have made a few quick moves. I think we're missing one in each counter as he walked back again to his board side. Yeah. So up to 186, 187 right there. We're getting closer, but let's see the developments in this game as we've had a few quick moves.
Exactly, yeah. So bishop e2 was played by Hikaru, knight e7, a very logical move by Fabiano, making sure that the bishop is protected. Again, because Hikaru did have that threat of moving the knight away, which would just decide the game on the spot. Knight e7, rook 4 to c2. I think I know what the idea is. Hikaru wants to go d4, and after e4, knight e5, and here the pawn on d2 is protected. So if that is his idea, I guess also his knight could potentially jump to the c4 square now. I think also d3 could be an idea to get rid of the double pawns. So let's see what Fabiano is going to do. I mean, he played these moves, but now it's really up to him, and there doesn't seem to be a clear way for black to improve the position.
Yeah, it was at some point earlier, a5 had been suggested. Is that still a move here?
a5 is certainly possible, but I think it's going to be difficult to get in the move a4, and I think we still just continue with d4 and knight e5. And I mean, it just looks great. I mean, you're up 2 pawns. This bishop is not getting into the game. To get the bishop into the game, you have to give up the bishop for the knight, but then you give up your main source of compensation, which is the bishop pair.
Yeah, I mean, it's clutching it. It's really hard to come up with a move for Fabi as he's dropping down to 40 minutes now. But still, I mean, it's hard to find moves for Fabi, but if you're Hikaru, you still need to, you always need to convert. The conversion is the toughest part of chess, across all levels. So we'll see. What do you think Fabi's gonna do?
I don't know. I mean, maybe someone like king f7 or rook to b8. Let's see what he is gonna play. In the meantime, that Anish counter keeps creeping up and up.
Are you getting
we'll
worried?
See how... a little bit, because I think it will just really depend on how quickly Shahryar is playing right now. Anish has 45 minutes on the clock. He still has to make another 20 moves, so he's potentially in time pressure. I kind of just hope that he gets he's passing by a lot now, that he at some point gets low on time and he's just stuck at the board at around like 250, so I can claim the win.
Yeah, that's why I'm hoping that Shak, spends like something like, for 3 minutes every time, gives Anish plenty of time to walk. I think I'm gonna be off, but not by far. I think it's gonna be close.
I'm starting to think that it's going to be pretty close indeed, especially as they're getting low on time. There's a good chance that he might just be getting more nervous and he might just want to keep pacing back and forth. It actually looks pretty good for Anish, because I don't see how Big Shaq is going to get his bishop into the game. And if there's no easy moves, perhaps Giri, I mean, it would be nice if he could quickly win this one.
That's the good news for me, right? I think is that it looks like both games are going to go on for a while. I think if the tournament situation wasn't what it is, then maybe Fabi wouldn't be, as I'm not saying he wouldn't be as resilient, but Fabi is never gonna resign. As we just hit 200, he's never gonna resign, right? He's gonna try to keep finding the best moves. So I think Hikaru's game against Fabi is gonna go on a while, and Anish, as you said, he needs to just up the pace of his walking at some point, and then we're gonna get close.
Exactly. All right. So let's see how this game is gonna proceed. All right. So let's go back to Hikaru's game. Fabiano's still in the tank. Hikaru up 15 minutes on the clock. So let's have a quick look around the horn. By the way, Wesley's game is gonna start in 10 minutes, and Magnus is slow.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Which
No,
game?
let's
Sorry.
see Magnus, and then I wanted also to see Aryan.
Magnus slowly putting on the Magnus squeeze. Again, he has these two bishops. He's expanding a little bit on the king side. 96 has just been played by Noterbeck to try to get one pair of knights off the board. There doesn't seem to be a super clear-cut way for Magnus to improve here. I really do hope that he will get a win. I mean, he has been trying in a lot of games. He really should have won that game against Ali Reza. And yeah, I mean, a tournament with Magnus not winning a single game doesn't feel quite right. So I do hope he gets one right here.
Yeah, we'll see if he can do his usual Magnus squeeze. For now, things still seem all right for Norway, but a lot of suffering on the horizon. For people, there was a question about the time control. So the players get 2 hours each without increment, and after move 40, they get 10 seconds per move.
Exactly. Yeah, I was just about to address the same question. So it's a very tricky time control because you only have one time control. Very often there's two where you make 40 moves and then you get an additional hour or 30 minutes on the clock. But here that's not the case. So if you get low on time, especially before move 40, you can just lose on time. But even after that, you get 10 seconds of increment, which is really not a lot. So you really have to try to avoid that situation. And yeah, talking about the time, Fabiano's clock is ticking lower and lower. He's 16 minutes behind on the clock. And the tough thing for Fabiano is that he doesn't have any moves to improve his position. So what is he going to do?
Can we somehow start preparing for a pawn storm on the... Is h6 followed by g5? Have an idea?
So let's say black goes h6. I wonder if Hikaru wants to go d5, d4 right away or play a calm move like h3. And the big question is, how is Fabiano going to respond to d4? Is he going to go e4 and allow 95, or is he going to take here? Hikaru's probably just going to recapture. And again, like you're up two pawns, they're not felt too much just yet, but black is not getting the pawns back anytime soon. And you know they're going to start jumping around. It will still take effort to win this game, but there's no doubt that white is winning.
Yeah, so still, yeah, Fabi, I mean, anyway, Fabi is in a spot where all he can do is keep finding the best moves and try to be as resilient as he can. But on the other hand, I mean, Fabi, he is, of course, very resilient. He is very strong. I don't think he is going to do anything crazy. He will just keep trying. But the time is also ticking down. I mean, 35 minutes now for Fabi. So at some point, that is going to become a problem.
Yeah, no, for sure. Right, so Fabiano still deep in the tank. Again, I don't see a move. I find it really difficult for black to do. I mean, I guess you play something like h6. Just play h6, pass the move back to Hikaru, keep some time on your clock and see what white is going to do. But by now he must realize that Hikaru wants to go d4 and he wants to have a good response to that. So let's have a very quick look at some of the other games. Wesley So's Armageddon is going to start in 8 minutes, by the way. We didn't look much at this game between Ali Reza and Aryan. And look at this. Aryan has just made a mistake. We tuned out right around here. Things were looking pretty good for Aryan. Knight c1 is fine. Perhaps this was a mistake. Bring the knight over to f2, although it looks kind of safe. But here with knight b3, it turns out that... Oh, wait. Takes. And if takes, you take. And queen g5, knight g4, h5. But you just take and go back, or you just go queen f4. And the knight's under attack. If the knight moves it, you hang this. So Aryan might have just made a terrible mistake, giving Ali Reza a lot of counterplay.
Yeah, and I think knight g2, I would be shocked if Ali Reza passed up on that opportunity. Still has plenty of time on the clock as well. I think if he finds knight takes g2, he is going to win this game, I would say.
Yeah, and I think his chances to win this one, if he finds knight takes g2, are really good. He's up 15 minutes on the clock, and it's a typical Ali Reza move. I mean, if anyone can find it, it is certainly him. And we have a move by Fabiano. He has just played the move rook b8. Pretty logical, bringing this rook into the game. So let's see if Hikaru will go for d4, or if he's first going to create some love for his king with h3, or something like h4.
What do you think?
I mean, the last couple, like d4 would really be in line with the last couple of moves he has played. And let's say you go h3, you would give Fabiano the opportunity to go rook b5 to attack your knight. And in case of d4 here, black takes, but I guess here you can still move the knight, let's say here. But our question is already answered. Hikaru has blitzed out pawn d4.
Okay, so let's take a closer look here. I see Pawn Islands is saying d4 makes more sense to me. Back rank is still 2 moves away from ever being an issue. That is true. So d4, and what are Fabi's options now? I guess he can either take or go e4. And
yeah, I think those are
that's
really
about
his
it,
two
right?
moves. Yeah, because the pawn is on attack. I think Pawn Islands also suggested that move because he wants to get rid of the Pawn Islands. And after e4 95, here white has only 2 Pawn Islands. And right now he has 3. But yeah, let's see what Fabiano is going to do. I feel like it's better to take. Because the knights, even though they're active, they're still a little bit loose. And if you go d4, e5, 95, what knights really like are anchor squares. And here the knights are nicely anchored in by the pawns on d4, and there's no easy way for black to get rid of them, and they're still very active. So I think it is Fabiano's best option to take on d4.
Okay, so let's take a closer look there. After pawn takes e4. After pawn takes d4. Bishop takes. Are you getting worried, Benji? 2-2-2.
A little bit. I mean, he keeps pacing back and forth. The counter is going up and up. It just really depends on... Wait, so if Hikaru wins his game, does it end right there?
I guess so, right? Because we won't have the cams anymore.
Yeah, well, I guess we'll just wait and see what happens. I think for the most part, it really depends on Anish's game. If Anish wins his game quickly, then then it's all over. Shaq is thinking, but yeah, he's pacing back and forth a lot. It just really depends. If Shaq plays quickly and Anish gets low on time, then I do feel pretty confident. But right now, I don't know. It's gonna get close. He would still need to get in another 76 for you to win, or like 75.
Yeah. I'm getting more optimistic by the minute. Because I think, okay, here we go, 225, 226. What I want is Shaq to spend another, 10 minutes. Yeah, let Anish get another 20, 30 steps. Then Anish makes a quick move. Okay, anyway, Fabiano has captured on d4. Let's go back there.
Let's have a look. Fabiano has taken a pawn. I think we should just recapture with the knight, but taking with the bishop also looks completely fine. Hikaru gets back at the board, so let's see which one he is going for. I mean, I'm sure of course, if you go d4, you think about what you're going to do after pawn takes.
Both are possible, right?
Yeah, both are definitely possible. I mean, I don't see an issue at all with bishop takes d4. Again, neither with knight takes. And yeah, someone was saying, we could have also counted Shaq, but Shaq has only passed by a couple of times. But it's kind of insane. It's kind of insane how often Anish is passing by the screen. So that is why we had this counter.
Come on, Anish. For those of you who weren't here earlier, Benjamin and I have a prediction going on. Benjamin predicted 269 steps. I predicted 328, and whoever is further off the mark has to give the other 5 subs. My cutoff to win is 299, so 70 walk-bys to go. It's gonna be close. It's gonna be really close.
The good thing is that, okay, so Hikaru recaptured with the 94 and a5 played instantly by Fabiano. I mean, now could perhaps be a good time to make some luft for the king with a move like h3. In the meantime, Shaq has moved, so that is a good thing for me. That is a good thing for me. Come on, Anish, take your time. Oh, he has already captured a pawn. Come on, Shaq, you sacrifice the pawn. It's time to move now.
I see that College Razorback is saying this game is almost over. I think he's talking about the Hikaru game. I don't think that game is almost over. It is winning, but I think it will go on for a while, actually.
Yeah, and it will definitely still take a while for Hikaru to convert. But I mean, the position is objectively technically winning. So we'll have to see how Hikaru is gonna put it to work. So let's see how he's gonna improve after the move a5. So we said h3 makes sense. Is there another way that I mean, I think really a plan again is to go, let's say, knight f3, d4, and then put the knight on e5.
So h3, one of the moves that we think makes the most. So what if at knight f3 immediately?
Yeah, knight f3 immediately makes sense as well. I mean, I don't think. Well, so here's the thing: could Fabiano ever trade everything and go a4? Right? Again, that is why I like the move h3, right? Because here everything is opening up. I want to make sure that we never get back rank checkmated. And you might think here, like, well, h3 creates some loft, but the bishop controls the square. But if Fabiano takes here, then he's no longer controlling that square, and that's why I think it makes a lot of sense. And by the way, down this line, if Fabiano goes for this, maybe we just go knight d4 back to defend everything. And again, we're also kind of dominating the bishop, which doesn't have a lot of squares.
Yeah, but I agree with you. I think now would be a good time to make some lift for that king. There is no need to rush. Hikaru's head bob is back.
Another very direct approach to play this position is to go knight d6 to take the pawn on g7. Now, I wonder if Fabiano can just ignore that with a4, or if, like, let's say you go g6. I don't necessarily see what we gain from this. So I really do like h3, you know, just making, just passing Fabiano the move, because it's really difficult for black to do anything useful.
And there's a lot of people who think that Fabi will resign in the next few moves. I mean, I really don't see that happening unless we see another blunder. Remember that if Fabi resigns, he resigns the first place of the tournament. I mean, unless he feels that he's completely dead, he will never resign. I mean, it's just not gonna happen. So I think the only way he resigns in the next few moves is if we see a big blunder by Fabi.
Exactly. Yeah, no, Fabiano definitely would not like to resign. Like you said, he would resign the tournament. In the meantime, Shaq has moved quickly. Oh, and by the way, we're off in the Armageddon game between Wesley So and Gukesh. I think Gukesh can be pretty happy here because he's already traded off a lot of pieces and is in an equal endgame.
Yeah,
let's have a very quick look at how this started. We'll say Berlin with an early bishop takes c6. Oh, that's a nice tactic by Gukesh. And again, it leads to this endgame where I would still choose to be white. I mean, the knight has the potential to jump around, but I think Gukesh should have pretty good chances to hold here.
Yeah, I think great opening for Gukesh. So if Gukesh holds, at least holds, he will get 1.5 points. He was what? Half behind Hikaru. Okay, anyway, let's not start speculating what happens if Hikaru doesn't win. Hikaru has to win. I don't think, especially at this point when he's so close to winning the tournament.
Hikaru will win. That's right.
He's not gonna start worrying about second or third place, I don't think. But exactly. Yeah, Gukesh, I mean, he's really been so impressive, as you said. He got off to a bad start in Vaikanze. He studied even there. He studied the ship towards the end, and then he won a few tournaments. No, he won at least this Berlin Armageddon, which I was on site for. But he also won some Open somewhere in Spain. No, am I misremembering?
I think the Menorca Open.
Yeah. So he's just been on an absolute tear. He's entered the top 20 for the first time, I think, during this tournament. And he's now just, I mean, you've had a good tournament. You're on +1. What is this comment? Fiona, please be positive. I'm always positive. What did I say that wasn't positive? Ali Reza just oopsied, says Casey. I guess that means that he didn't take on G2, which would be very surprising.
Yeah, let's check in that game real soon. But first, let's look at this game between Wesley So and Gukesh. I like the fact that Gukesh traded everything off. I would still pick Wesley in this game, but I don't see how White is ever going to win. Like, let's say you bring the king up, White does the same. I actually am not sure what Black should do with their pawns on the king side. He goes c5. I think Wesley will probably go d5, but maybe Gukesh wants to go c4, followed by bishop c5. So if d5 doesn't work, I really do like this move.
Yeah, I have to say, Gukesh was really very impressive. I mean, I never thought that, 20 moves in with the black pieces, he would get a position with almost all the pieces off the board. Meanwhile, Hikaru has actually played knight f3. I don't know if you want to go back there for a second or if you want to stay here, and we'll go back to Hikaru in a bit.
Yeah, let's just go back to Hikaru in a bit. I mean, this game between Wesley and Gukesh will be over pretty soon. But yeah, knight f3, or I guess we can just pull up the board real quick. Knight f3, good move by Hikaru. He wants to go d4, put that pawn in the middle, and then go knight to e5. Fabiano could take everything and go a4, but I really do not think it's going to save the day. Again, I like a move like knight d4, defending everything, but we can also flick in bishop e5 first. And then if the rook moves, maybe now knight d4. And I mean, Black it will still require technique, but White is winning. I mean, there's no doubt about that. I mean, you have 2 extra pawns. You have the more active pieces as well. The pawn f5 is somewhat weak. And yeah, Fabiano looking a little bit, although he looks pretty calm, but he must be concerned.
I mean, he's probably been concerned ever since he played f5, probably even before he's probably been concerned even since before f5. Being surprised in the opening. I don't think Fabi ever had a moment where he could just relax in today's game. It's just been concerning stuff from the very beginning.
Yeah, and that is really a great thing for Hikaru, and that is really what you want to do. You want to try to put your opponent under pressure from the very beginning. Just never give them a moment to relax. And yeah, that's why we see mistakes from Fabiano. Hikaru blitzes out every move, and with that, he's putting pressure. And people do make mistakes under pressure, even the best players in the world.
Absolutely, and well, he will still fight, of course, but Hikaru also just, from the moment he got that chance to take on c5, he's played, I think, the best move almost every time at every turn, no?
Yeah, no, I mean, I think we really cannot criticize any of his choices. He's been playing fantastic chess, and the advantage has been growing steadily. So I have a really good feeling that he is going to win this game. Maybe what Fabiano has to do is at some point bring this bishop into the game with f4 and bishop f5, because otherwise this is just a dead piece. But if you go f4, you also concede the e4 square.
Yeah, tough choice once again. Maybe we can go back to the Armageddon game between Wesley and Gukesh to catch the end of that.
So c5 played by Gukesh. This one is I like the c5 push a little bit less because it permanently weakens the d5 square. So let's see if Wesley can somehow take advantage. Maybe like knight c2 to e3 and c4 and knight e5. But I don't really think White... I mean, this should just be a draw. This should be a draw. However, Wesley does have a slight time match, but I do feel pretty good about Gukesh's chances to hold this one.
I just realized actually Armageddon's going on is bad for my Anish counter, right? Because it's more likely that Anish will stop there instead of keep walking to watch what's happening.
Ah, you think he will just stop by and watch? Yeah, that's certainly possible. That is certainly possible. Wesley, in the meantime, having his clock tick down as well, and now it's only up a minute.
Yeah. So... what's that, Anish? Did someone walk by so fast with beige pants? I'll have to see when he comes back. Who was that? It's getting to that point where I feel it's going to be so close that I can't miss a single Anish. And for the first time, we see no players at the board. But Hikaru coming right back.
So h6 played by Fabiano. Logical move, making some luft for the king. Let's see if Hikaru is going to go for d4. That would be the logical follow-up after knight to f3. He does the little head bop very slightly. So, and in the meantime, we have b5 by Gukesh on the board. Now, I guess maybe something like c4 by Wesley, but then, you just go a6, king c6, maybe king e6, and potentially maybe bishop b5. I do feel like Gukesh has this sort of in the back. I don't think he will lose this one.
Yeah, it's hard to imagine how he's going to lose. He's also handled the time very well. Wesley with only 1 minute advantage. So yeah, looking good
for sure.
for Gukesh. And I mean to come.
Yeah, sorry. I was just gonna say the reason why Anish is not why we haven't seen him is because it's currently his move and he is thinking. But sorry, yeah, what were you gonna say?
No, just that Gukesh is gonna finish, on the podium of what was really a tremendously strong event. And let's remember, he just at the start of this tournament turned 17. I mean, he's so young. Sometimes with these players, because they've been around for years, it's easy to forget just how young they are. Who to you is the most promising, like of all, let's say the Gukesh, Abdusattorov, Erigaisi? Who's your favorite out of Nihal?
I think simply Gukesh. And Anish got asked the same question in an interview, and he said Gukesh because he's simply so young, right? He's so young and he's already there. Right, Noterback is of course also a tremendous talent, but he is 2 years older, and Gukesh is already at that level at only 17, and he's only going to get better from here. Like he will become better in all aspects for the game. Like he will become more rounded, and we see that he's becoming more and more accustomed to these top tournaments. He was really struggling in Wijk aan Zee. I think he had a good event in Dusseldorf, if I'm not mistaken. And right now he is having a very good event here in Norway.
Absolutely. Of course, there's also Alireza. I mean, I very often when I give this list, I just forget about him because he's already so good. I mean, he is already a world's number 2 in the world. But yeah, I think we're going to maybe just stay here to see the end of that. It should end quite soon, I imagine.
All right, so looking pretty even. I mean, white is the knight, black is the bishop. There's no way to really improve here. F5, nice move by Gukesh, gaining more space on the king side, and he's just building this wall. And white can never really step up to any of these squares. Wesley, of course, will try, and with a knight on the board, there's always chances, but especially now that the time is evened up, Gukesh's chances to survive here are like 90, 95%.
Yeah, especially now he's actually even up on the clock. So I don't think he'll have any trouble holding this. There's a lot of people saying Alireza is losing. Maybe we can also in a second have a very quick look there. But shall we wait for this? I don't know what to do. Shall we wait for this one to be over? Shall we go?
I mean, we can always check in real quick. So let's do that. So let's check Alireza's game. Now, after knight b3, he did go for knight xg2. Arjan took. He recaptured. Knight h3, knight e3 check. All of this is good. So takes. And he should have just taken the knight with a slightly better endgame. But I think maybe here he got a little bit, he took a little bit too much risk. He might have thought like, well, I might be better here, but how easy is it going to be to beat Arjan? And he went for knight xb2, but I don't know, this pawn seems pretty important to me, attacking the bishop and the rook f8, rook a2, knight a4, and rook g2. It seems like Arjan's got a pretty strong initiative all of a sudden on this side of the board. So can Arjan Tari get his first win of the tournament right here?
Would be a nice way to end the tournament, certainly. I mean, last round wins are always so sweet. They can make up for a lot of bad results beforehand, and this is looking good. Also, Alireza, I mean, Ariane was under a lot more time pressure earlier. The time is somewhat evening up, 25 minutes for Ariane, just over 44 Alireza. I think he has great chances.
You know, Ariane's got great chances to win this tournament. And like I said, that would really change the whole perspective for him on this tournament. Right now, he's on 1.5 out of 8. I know he's playing against the best players in the world, but that's really not the score you're hoping for. But if he wins this game, 2.5 out of 9 is not a bad score at all. And he gets a win against Alireza. So that would really change a lot. But Alireza, we know how slippery he is. He was completely lost against Magnus Carlsen, but still managed to hold on. So again, if there's anyone that can do it, it is him. And Hikaru, by the way, he's still in the tank.
Yeah, maybe we can now watch the end of the Armageddon. The players are down to a minute, and then we'll go back. Yeah, what happened to the... no. The Anish counter didn't decrease, right? No, I think it was never on 244. Rishabh had me panicking for a second, but I think we're good. 60 more. Come on, Anish.
So knight c1 played by Wesley, wants to go 93, but king c6, clever move by Gukesh. Maybe he's even considering to go this way with his king. I kind of want to, like, let's say you sit with the king here. Can White do anything on the king side? I don't know, but the most logical to me looks like to just keep that king on that side of the board. So let's see what he's going to do, but he should draw this game.
40 seconds now. You got to be a bit careful. The 1 second increment has kicked in. But 1 second, as we discussed the other day, is pretty much nothing.
Yeah, no, it's very easy to flag, and that's what we saw a couple days ago. Fabiano flagged against Gukesh, and Gukesh, he's got a move here. He's getting down to 18 seconds. I think he's calculating this line with king c6, but I think he just has to play, and there it is. But he's down to 15 seconds. And yeah, it's very much possible that he just flags here. I mean, is Wesley going to go knight f4, or is he just going to keep the game going with, let's say, king d3, king b6, king c2, king f5, and king b3?
This is getting intense now. I mean, of course, the engine says it's still a draw, but anything could happen here. Gukesh trying to run to the queen side. What is Wesley going to go for? Not much time, 25 seconds. I think someone's going to lose on time here.
Yeah, and Wesley takes on the 5 and goes f4. Okay, he wants to go knight g3 quickly. Gukesh can move the king back if he wants, so I think he should just make it. Oh, but king b6, the nice thing for Gukesh is that now the moves become very easy to make. He's going to take here, go king b3, and push the a pawn up the board. And in these kind of races, the bishop is always so much better than the knight.
Yeah, I think if anything, maybe Gukesh a favorite here.
Perhaps so, yeah. a5, good move. If the knight moves, you go bishop g7. I kind of want to... Isn't black just winning after bishop g7 and king b4? f5. What do we play here, though? Why wants to go f6? Wait, you got him for 6 seconds. a4. Maybe you can sack the bishop. Yeah, I'm pretty sure you can. And king d4, this has to be a draw, right?
Yeah, it looks like
h4.
With that a pawn.
King g3. And there we go, knight f5, king g4.
That's it.
Yep.
Nice defense.
Yeah, so Gukesh wins the Armageddon and finishes on 14.5 points. A very, very impressive tournament by the young Indian prodigy. And like we said before, he's becoming more and more comfortable with playing against these top guys.
For sure. What a great performance by Gukesh, who's currently in the live standings in 2nd place, but Hikaru, of course, has a winning position. Let's go back there. So 4 games remain, all of them in the classical portion today. I mean, I wasn't sure. I thought, you know, last round only 2 games are playing for something. We might see some quick draws, but no, fighting chess all round.
Yeah, the one thing that is a little bit concerning is that Hikaru is still taking a lot of time. I mean, he took 6 minutes for knight f3, now he's taking another 10. And I know that he wants to play accurately, but he just has to keep the game going. Play like h3 maybe, go d4. He's got to try to keep that time edge. Again, before it was like 20, 30 minutes, but now it's only 8. And that could also give Fabiano some more confidence. So it is really time to make a move at this point, because if he gets low on time, that's when, you know, anything can happen. But I still feel very good about his chances to win this one.
Of course. I mean, the computer has been screaming for the H pawn to be moved for a while now, desperately wants Hikaru's king to get some luft. So H3, H4, but I'm sure, of course, the other move that Hikaru is considering is D4. But I'm with you. I think he just doesn't need to play super fast, but try to maintain his time advantage. Because if both players get down on the clock and we suddenly get a time scramble, things, of course, get a lot more random.
Exactly. And if he could end up in the situation where, you know, he has time and Fabiana has no time, then his chances to win are really through the roof. And so that's where he should try to end up. But he's still in the tank. Let's have a very quick look at some of the other games. Anish currently is thinking that is a good thing. You know, just take your time, try to figure out the right moves. Shaq just played Queen of C2, taking this pawn over here. This could turn into a long opposite bishop colored endgame. He's got pretty good chances to win. And then we also have, but Magnus all of a sudden is worse.
What happened here?
So we left off right around here. Magnus putting on the squeeze. I think he just made a slight blunder, because right now Noterbeck can take and go knight g4, and you have this this fork over here, and if you take, there's check, and there's just too many tactics, it seems. Like, oh wait, king g7. Wow, not easy to figure out. But Hikaru moved.
Hikaru played a move we didn't really consider. Or did we talk about knight a4?
We didn't. But this allows the bishop to move out. So let's say the bishop goes to a6. What does he want? Like, yeah, I don't understand why he allows the bishop to move out.
What's the idea behind knight a4?
I don't know. So let's say bishop h6 or bishop a6. You could, of course, move back. You can go, let's say you can go knight c3. You can go knight c. Yeah. This is his idea. He wants to go knight c3. Now you can go with the rook here, but white can go bishop a3, attacking the rook. And if you go rook c6, you take here, and at least you trade off the bishop pair, which should be a way to improve the position. And if you go here, white can go knight e1, rook d4, and I think knight b5 just wins because you attack the rook. And if the rook moves here, you take and go bishop e5 with a skewer. So I think that is what he has in mind.
So after knight a6, but where could black improve there? Nowhere. So bishop a6, knight c3.
But there was a way for black to still stay somewhat in the game. After rook d4 here, black still has this. Take and check. And then you take here. Even though, you know, white is still in a very dominant position, but it's still, the game is still going on. So Fabiano, in the meantime, is thinking. So let's see what he will play.
Okay, bishop a6 looks very logical, but let's see if we can find other moves for Fabi after knight a4.
Yeah, because the bishop is not under attack. You can also, but of course you want to take advantage of the opportunity to move it out, right? And a6 looks pretty logical to me, to go to either d3 or maybe e2 and harass white's pieces a little bit. Bishop on a6 doesn't really do that much. And maybe Hikaru didn't want to have to keep thinking about this trade over here. I mean, what else is Fabiana going to do? Like move the king? But then I guess still there's knight c3, rook c5, and bishop a3.
Another confessional apparently happened. We'll see if we can pull that up. Guys, great news. I have 7 TV. I think the team is also working on that. Oh, we have 7 TV now. So
7 TV is something I guess I'll have to install.
Yeah, because I don't have it on this browser. But now it means that the chat is going to make a lot less sense to me, right? because I'm not going to
Yeah.
be able to see.
Hikaru's in the confessional again, so let's listen in. And welcome back, everyone, to round 9 of Norway Chess 2023. While we were on a very short break, some more moves have been played in the game between Hikaru and Fabiano. So we left off after knight a4. Fabiano played bishop to a6, knight c3, rook c5, bishop a3, rook c6. So Hikaru trades off one pair of bishops, which is generally pretty good, but Fabiano's bishop did become more active.
Yeah, I mean, the position once again has changed quite a bit now. Do you think the position, I mean, it's still 2 extra pawns. Do you think it has improved slightly for Fabi or not really?
Perhaps slightly, yeah, because this bishop has come into the game. And yeah, before it was really passive on c8, and it was really difficult to see how it could ever activate itself because this knight over here controls all of the key squares. So I still kind of hope that Hikaru would just play something like h3, but we're still in a very good spot. I mean, we're up 2 pawns in an endgame. What more can you really ask for against someone as good as Fabiano? So Hikaru's just played knight a4. I think he wants to activate his rooks along the c-file, or probably just move his knight back to c5. And Fabiano, he's hanging on, but he's only got 18 minutes on his clock, so he's really on the edge here.
So what do you do as black here? I mean, first of all, does white have a threat right now? Not really. Or
I don't think there's a very direct threat. I mean, knight c5 is a move, but you can still move the bishop, let's say here. But then there are moves like rook e1 attacking the bishop and the knight on e7. I'm wondering what happens in case of knight g6, followed by knight f4 and here, but maybe this allows rook c6 with some trades. So yeah, let's just wait and see what Fabiano is going to do. He's got to make another 11 moves. Oh, wait, I can't count. Another 9 to make the time control.
another 9 moves, but then even after the time control, only 10 seconds. I mean, when you're on the defending end, being down 2 pawns, 10 seconds isn't much. So he needs to ideally make ideally for himself. For us, of course, it's nice if he takes his time. So what are some candidate moves? You talked about this bishop e2 after knight c5. Is bishop e2 a move immediately? And if we could move twice, would we just want to take on f3?
Yeah, no, black would love to take here and ruin white's pawn structure. So I don't think we should allow that. We should either play knight e5, moving a knight, although here black can play rook b8 and the pawn on d2 is not easy to defend. But we also have the option to go rook e1, attacking the bishop, like takes here, and then we take the knight. Our rook is pretty active on the second 7 rank, and we can combine it with rook to c7. But black does have this move rook g6, attacking the pawn and pinning it. We'll have to go g3. And, you know, white should be winning, but it isn't completely over just yet.
Yeah, and I mean, here this would look a little bit more uncomfortable because suddenly the king sort of gets boxed in. So this looks like something I think we'd rather avoid as white. So yeah, probably rook e1, maybe not the way to go. Other than bishop e2, what else is there for Fabi?
Yeah, we discussed knight g6. I think the move makes a lot of sense. Maybe something like rook b8, increasing the pressure on this pawn before going bishop e2. Although, well, here after knight c5, bishop e2 runs into a fork with knight b7. So I don't think that is quite the way to go. And yeah, Fabiano looking slightly nervous. Again, he only has 15 minutes. He has to make another 9 moves, and he must realize that if he goes wrong here, it's just over. It's just over, and he doesn't win the tournament.
Yeah, the next few moves are going to be crucial, although for a second his clock jumped up and then went down again. Yeah, tough spot. Fabi does seem more on edge because, you know, if he doesn't find the most resilient moves right now, the tournament victory could be gone momentarily, as he's gone knight d5.
Yeah, so knight d5, he wants to go either knight b4 or knight f4. So pretty logical move. Hikaru now could jump his knight back to c5, putting some pressure on this bishop. He can also go rook c6, offering a trade. But here, I guess Fabiano will go rook d8, keeping the status quo. Again, white should be winning, but it will still require some work. So let's hope Hikaru will get back soon. I don't think he is doing another confessional. I mean, I would be surprised. That would really be a lot. Like that would be his fourth confessional.
But during he ended the last one by saying "see you guys later" or something like that. So who knows?
Who knows? Yeah, I mean, we'll just have to wait and see.
Zaraz is
Yeah, so
asking what's happening with the Anish count. Yeah, I think my hope has taken a hit during the break when I saw that he never got up during the break. And Anish, well, maybe we can very quickly take a look at the other games, see how Anish, Magnus, and Ariantari are getting on.
Yeah, let's have a quick look. I'm starting to feel pretty good about my prediction because Anish is down to 15 minutes. He needs to make another 16 moves, so maybe he can stretch his legs real quick after he makes a move, but there's not going to be that much time. And, it's 15 minutes. You might just want to stay seated. So,
Is this,
yeah.
sorry, I see in the chat that Aftab said he predicted 241. If that is true, and Anish doesn't get up anymore, it would be sick to get someone with the exact correct prediction.
That'd be pretty impressive. Yeah, I guess, maybe we can check his chat history to see if that is actually true. Hikaru, in the meantime, gets back at the board, took a little sip, he got another can. So let's see what he is gonna do here. I mean, the good thing is a lot of his moves are good. Although that can also be to his disadvantage, because then you easily get confused. You're like, well, knight c5 looks good, rook c6, and you cannot choose. I think that might have happened earlier.
Yeah, I do agree. There's a lot of cans on the board right now, actually. So in this game, things are looking good for Anish. That bishop on c8 hasn't ever gotten into the game. It's still locked in. So yeah, I think it will go on for a while longer, but could be that Anish just never gets up anymore, just as you said, quickly stretches the leg. But looking good for Anish. What about Magnus Carlsen?
Yeah, and but Jaren did confirm that he did say 241. Yeah, let's check in with that game. So Magnus Noterbeck did find takes and knight g4. Magnus took the pawn, rook e2, king g1, king g7. Very impressive stuff. So here black is down a pawn, but white has these double pawns, and d4 is kind of weak. King of 1, rook c2. I think this one is headed for a draw as well, which, I mean, it's not the end of the world, but it's really not what Magnus would have hoped for before the tournament. I mean, scoring 50% with all draws.
For sure. By the way, I see that we have almost 5,000 viewers. Somebody was wondering what's the highest viewership we've had on this channel. I'm not sure, but it's good to see so many of you here as Hikaru, is inching closer and closer. He was also reaching out to make a move. Let's very quickly see the last game, Ariantari, who was pressing against Alireza. Let's see if he could keep it up.
Exactly. I think Hikaru's record was 6K or something like that. In the meantime, yeah, so we left off after rook g2. Alireza defended the pawn with king h7, rook c1. Nice move by Aryan, trading off the rooks, because here comes his other rook, bishop a2. And aha, he wants to go knight b3. Wait. So let's say you take, white goes here. Apparently you sacrifice a full knight, but you win back this knight. And how are you going to save the bishop? I think Aryan has got great chances to win this one and end his tournament on a high note.
Yeah, and the time, suddenly Alireza is low on time, looking very, very promising for Aryan. Let's see if he can end his tournament on a win. But let's go back now to Hikaru, who was reaching out to make a move again. Did he play?
And he played rook to c6, forcing the trade of rooks. So now I think Fabiano will go rook bd8, sort of keeping the status quo there. And yeah, I guess Hikaru will probably trade then and go knight to c5. So let's see. Fabiano currently in the tank.
And we've just crossed 5K viewers. Will we make it over 6 as this game, is getting closer and closer to its conclusion? This is now pretty much a rapid game. 15 minutes for Fabi, 25 for Hikaru. Rook d8. I mean, I would be quite surprised if that move wasn't made quickly, because Fabiano will really need his time at a later stage of the game.
Yeah, so let's see. I mean, Fabiano could also take, but we just recapture. The good thing is that we can meet bishop e5 with rook c5, and in case black takes, we of course do not take because this leads to mate. But of course, we take on d5. White stays up 2 pawns, and we're going to win another one. So Fabiano has taken. Wait, what? Wait. That is a wait. What do we call that here, you guys? What do we call that? Nobody has said it yet. Blunder. All right. Now, rook d6, keeping an eye on the bishop on b7, and it looks his chances to win this game are through the roof. I mean, I don't see how Fabiano holds on here. Blunder. Inaccuracy.
No, this is looking really great now. Yeah, suddenly the black pieces are just awkward again. Hikaru looking very focused. He must sense, you know, the tournament victory. It's inching closer and closer here.
And Hikaru has played the best move. Let's go. Okay, bishop b7 by Fabiano, eyeing our knight on f3. But maybe now just like knight d4, hitting this, making sure that black cannot take. And I'm starting to wonder, in case black takes, well, rook b6, there's still rook d8 or rook c8. But a really nice move here is the move f3. Because where can this bishop even go? It cannot go here, cannot go here, cannot go here, cannot go to e4. c8 is passive, a8 is passive. Hikaru's just going to take here, knight c5. His knights are jumping around, and I feel like Fabiano just has no defense.
Yeah, this is looking fantastic now. So, will we see? Will we see knight d4? What's Hikaru going to do?
All right, yeah, I mean, I like knight d4. I don't think you want to have black take here and ruin our pawn structure, but knight d4 looks really nice. Going after the pawn on f5. You do give up this pawn over here, but black's bishop over here, I mean, it looks it looks active, but it doesn't have any targets, and I think this move knight d4 is right up Hikaru's alley.
Very, very full. Even I'm starting to bob in my chair. It feels like we're getting closer and closer now. As really the time is ticking down. Knight d4 looks very promising. Hikaru taking his time, making sure he doesn't miss anything here. Apart from knight d4, is there any other tempting move that Hikaru could be considering?
Maybe knight h4, but it's the same idea. And generally, you know, when you have two moves that are pretty similar, I would suggest you move through the center. You just always have more options. So I'm sure he's looking at it. He's doing the slight head bop. He's not looking at the board. And I'm sure he is gonna go for it. So I think it will soon be played. And I don't see how Fabiano is gonna hold here. It really feels like his position is just getting ripped apart.
Knight d4, let's go. Come on, Hikaru. Let's do it.
Let's keep sending in some energy. We're getting very close to the final stretch. And yeah, if he finds the right moves here, the game should be over soon. And the tournament victory is within his grasp. And I can tell from his body language, he's getting close to move.
He is. Knight d4 would bring him one step closer to winning Norway Chess 2023. Fabi, you know, hasn't really shown any emotion, but he looks, I mean, he knows, of course, that the position is lost and that the only chance he has of still winning the tournament is if Hikaru makes a big mistake. But the position is so good that even, I mean, only a blunder will do. Like an inaccuracy by Hikaru isn't enough to turn things around here.
Yeah, and that's also what he said. That was kind of his approach. That's why he traded off some of the pieces, even though it might have decreased his advantage a little bit. He felt like, hey, right now there's no chance for Fabiano to ever swindle or trick me. And so he feels like he should have great chance to win. And yeah, after 94, again, I do not see how black is holding things together. I mean, this is weak. You're down 2 pawns. The king is potentially weak. The other knight is jumping into c5. So let's hope he will play it soon.
Was that someone walked by? Was it Anish? He walked by so fast. Someone in a light shirt. No. Who is wearing a pink shirt? Someone walked by. We haven't really seen at all.
Let's have a look. Anish did just move, but he's wearing a dark shirt, if I'm not mistaken, today. So I would be surprised.
Oh yeah, of course. What am I saying? But someone walked by that we haven't seen. Someone who's not a big walker. We'll see later who it is. Hikaru leaning back. You're not trying to bump up that Giri counter. No, I think I've resigned myself to that bet being gone because Anish is down to 12 minutes. I don't think it's gonna happen.
Yep.
Hikaru
so things looking tough. Okay, and Hikaru has moved. He's played knight c3. Okay, he's defending the pawn. He's allowing Fabiano to take here, but this should still be winning.
I mean, still, okay, it's not the move we wanted to see, but it remains so difficult for black to make moves. What about... I mean, if I'm black, I want to activate my rook e8, at least putting the rook on an open file. Do I ever want to take on f3?
I think you do. I think you do want to take here and ruin white's pawn structure now that you have the chance. Otherwise, white goes 94. So let's say you take. If Hikaru is somehow able to trade off the knights, the game is just over. But Fabiano has played. He played the move rook e8, which makes some sense. So let's see what Hikaru is going to do here. Maybe like h3. Now you cannot move the knight because it allows rook e1 checkmate.
It's so funny how long we've been talking about this H pawn move. Is it finally gonna happen? Is it time?
Yeah, no, it certainly is possible.
If you move the H pawn, by the way, do you go h3 or h4?
I don't know. It's still not over though. I mean, he's up 2 pawns, but this knight could start jumping around. And the past pawns that we have are still very far off from promoting, right? They're not being felt just yet. I mean, of course, trading the knights would be a great way to convert this one. So I think right now we should push the h1, either h3 or h4. And to answer your question, I don't know, maybe h4, we gain more space.
By the way, just Magnus Carlsen's game has ended in a draw, which means that this is the first tournament in 16 years, first classical round robin in 16 years where Magnus does not win a single game. So they will be playing in Armageddon in 20 minutes, which will be right around the time that things, if this game is still going, things are really gonna be, getting down to the nitty-gritty of the players having almost no time left on their clock.
Yeah, so let's see how he will do in that Armageddon. He has just played the move h4. Good move, creating some love for his king. Fabiano absolutely has to get rid of the knight. If you don't, knight d4 will be played. This is a target, and your bishop is quite useless. So I really do think he has to go for the straight. Hikaru is still winning, but the game is not over, and some more work is still to be done.
Absolutely. So what, you think he will take him?
I think he will. And then maybe you just go like let's say you take and go knight c2, right? You start hopping around. Maybe you just go like king g2. Check doesn't hurt you. You just go king g3. Again, the game is still going on, but like rook d5. I mean, it really feels like you shouldn't be saving this one. And yeah, but I'm surprised. Oh, sorry, that Fabiano is thinking.
No, Jack, that's why I say a classical round robin event. That is the catch. The match against Fabi was not a round robin.
Okay, he goes f4. He doesn't trade off his bishop for the knight. Okay, so what is his idea in case Hikaru goes knight d4, which is really begging to be played? I mean, we can also go a3. I guess the knight jumps here. Lots of good options. Like, let's say we go here, maybe knight d3, threatening here and taking the pawn. Or what about a check? And then knight d3, attacking. Oh, wait, knight c2 is a nice punch. Attacking the rook. And if you go here, this should be quite hopeless with the knight off the board. But again, still some work to be done.
But you forgot to tell us what f4 was.
f4, I think he's just taking the square away. Like in this
No,
line
but
right here.
Would you not say it was a blunder?
Oh, blunder. Exactly, yeah. All right,
Hikaru
so
looks
Hikaru
perplexed. Slight mistake.
Exactly. So let's see if Hikaru will move the knight and make sure that that Fabiano cannot trade anymore. That is certainly a move. The idea really behind the move f4 is that after, check here, and if black is allowed to take here, he is now threatening checkmate because the g3 square is taken away. But again, it's all kind of slow. And let's say you start with knight d3, there's the nice punch, knight e6 blocking the e file. But maybe, f3, here we win another pawn. It's really feels, it feels like it's too much.
Yeah, the pawns are weak, but it's 3 extra pawns. That's a lot of pawns.
Yeah, Hikaru just has to keep up the pace here. Then I think he will have great chances to win. So let's see what he will do. He's just under 16 minutes. Fabiano just under 12. Let's see what he's going to play here.
By the way, Arian Tari, I think maybe we can very quickly go there because I think he's about to win his game against Alireza.
Let's do it. Also, this game between Magnus and Nuderbeck. I don't know yet what time it's going to start. Hopefully,
I think in around 15 minutes.
Okay, so we left off here. Alireza play king g7, knight b3, take, king f6, rook c7, king e7, check, king d8, d6, rook f6. And yeah, Arian having a very dominant position. He should be able to win a piece somehow, like knight a7, and you can stop rook c8.
Yeah, looking crushing. But Hikaru has put a piece to d4, but not the knight. He's played rook d4.
Also looks like a very good move. Taking the pawn on f4, I don't see a way to protect it. And again, you can start moving the knight around, but it really doesn't seem to do much. Even though his moves are not the most accurate, perhaps, I think they're still by far good enough to win this game. So let's see what Fabiano's going to do, who's just dropped below 11 minutes.
I mean, how do you... Okay, can you try? What happens if you go g5? Can we take that twice, or do we run into some trouble?
Yeah, I think we just take twice. Black could take on f3 here, and then take on g5, but I don't know. I don't think, I mean, maybe something like a3 or just king g2. King g2. Just slowly improve. We can move this king up. Black really doesn't have any play with the knight. So yeah, I think we have a very good chance to win a third pawn, and 3 pawns often is just way too much.
Fabi about to drop under 10 minutes as well. I feel like Mouse is saying, oh, it's stuck at 241. I think it will be stuck there for the rest of the day. I feel like the person who predicted 241 deserves a gift sum or something. Like, it's so impressive, actually, to call the exact number at the start of the show. Like, what are the chances of that?
Yeah, and rook f8 has just been played by Fabiano. Now let's see if Hikaru will go knight e5. It would allow rook e8, but then he can move the knight again. So let's see if that is what. Oh, shag blocking the entire view. But yeah, I was thinking it should be around 250, and I like the number 269. Okay, so let's see what Hikaru is going to do here.
So you said knight. I mean, I would love to move that knight finally to just not have to worry that black is gonna take it.
What about this? What if we go knight e5, black goes rook e8, and we go knight d3, forcing the trade of knights? I mean, to be other way, black can also still go here, and there's still like f3. It's possible, but there's no continuation where you're like, okay, this is completely winning, and black has to resign. There's still some work to be done. Hikaru is up 5 minutes, so let's see how he will try to put this one away.
I feel like okay, so the knight can only, well, it's not gonna go to h2. E1 doesn't really make much sense because the only square you can go to is d3, which you can also do via e5, so why would you go back? If you don't move the knight...
Oh, and there we have it, 95 on the board. Best move, let's go! Okay, now Fabiano is gonna go rook e8, I'm pretty sure, attacking the knight. And let's see where Hikaru is gonna go. I mean, lots of good squares, knight c4, perhaps aiming for a fork over here. Keep sending in that energy. Keep sending in that energy. It always works, and we're getting closer and closer to tournament victory.
We really are. I mean, knight e5. What does black do? Rookie. So how did that line go? Rook e8, knight d3.
Yeah.
And
then f3. Right, because there are some tactics with taking this pawn over here. Maybe we just take. It really feels like black never has enough play, but, you know, there's still some pieces on the board.
By the way, we're inching closer and closer. Well, we're very close to the 40 move mark, and knight e5 was move 31. So Fabi still needs to make 2 moves until the 10 seconds kick in. But yeah, I don't think that the 10 seconds will save him. The position is lost anyway, and it's just gonna get more and more difficult. We have over 5.6k viewers. Thank you to all of you for being here, for sending that energy, for supporting your favorite streamer who is inching closer and closer to winning this year's Norway chess. So rook e8 on the board. We were talking about the knight d3. Can the knight also go elsewhere?
Yeah, knight d3 is possible, knight c4 as well, with the idea to fork black with knight d6, taking the rook and the bishop. Of course, I can go back, but that's not quite what we want. So I think it's going to be one of these two, knight c4 or knight d3. I kind of have a feeling he will go for knight d3 because for the last couple of moves, he's really been initiating trades. So let's see if he will. But again, like there's still f3, and if you take knight c2, it's not completely over just yet. And we were talking earlier about Anish. I think it's very likely that the number is just going to stay at 241 because he's down to 6 minutes, and he has to make another 10 moves to reach the time control.
Yeah, not gonna get up anymore. I was optimistic at some point. You know, we were marching up the steps between 2 and 240. It went quite quickly, and then just stopped walking. Very sad.
Yeah. The tricky thing is really that, of course, the opening, like in the very beginning, he's not going to move a lot. He's not going to walk a lot because they're blitzing out the moves. And then, of course, at some point, you know, in the first, second, and third hour, he will walk a lot. But at some point, he gets low on time, right? So then he cannot move anymore. So that is why I figured, you know, it should be around 250. But really impressive that one person might just predict the number, you know, correctly.
Really, really impressive. I think we're also probably less than 10 minutes away from Magnus Armageddon. A lot of things are about to happen. Hikaru 12 minutes on the clock as he's thinking where to move that knight to. What do you think he's gonna do? You think he's gonna go knight d3?
I think so. Yeah, I think knight d3. I mean, knight c4 also makes a lot of sense. You attack this pawn over here. The thing is, though, Fabiano will get some play, but it really shouldn't be anything meaningful with just this f-pawn. But yeah, let's see. Hikaru having 11.5 minutes on the clock, Fabiano 8. And like you said, he only needs to make one more move to get that 10-second increment, but that's really not a whole lot. I think he should keep a nice bank of time on his clock, and that will really give him much better chances to win this one.
Yeah, we need a move here as Hikaru is dropping down to 11 minutes. With the next move, he will activate the 10-second increment. So we'll see. What is it going to be? Is it going to be knight c4, knight d3? Both moves will probably be met by f3. And we'll still have to take care of that king's position a little bit. Shall we take one final quick look at Ariantari?
By the way, Magnus's Armageddon has started. So let's check in real quick what is happening over there. They're repeating the same opening. Right, so queen e2, bishop e6.
I like that chess.com is saying this is a French defense. Like, I was like, what? Weird looking French. Or is it actually?
Yeah, you could reach this position through the French exchange variation. But yeah, let's just stay focused on the game. Magnus is going down the same variation. He has the bishop pair. So let's see if he can put it to work in the Armageddon.
Is he gonna, draw all the games in the classical portion and win all the Armageddons? That's also, I mean, quite the stat.
Yeah, they're playing. Yeah, no, that'd be funny. Like he lost the first game, but then afterwards he drew all of his games and won all the Armageddons. Yeah, actually, wait, I thought he was on 50%, but he's even on -1. So it's not a good tournament at all, especially for Magnus' standards.
I actually forgot that he lost the first game. That's why I kept saying that he made all draws. I just completely forgot.
Hikaru looked very close to move. Of course, he was reaching for the knight. That is the piece that is under attack. But the big question is, of course, where he's going to move it.
What do you think?
I don't know. I feel like from the way he reached for the knight, it was more headed towards c4. Although you can also go with a knight at g6, and then you can create mating nets around the black king.
Yeah, I guess the time is starting to even out in their game. We'll go back there in a second. How happy do you think Magnus will be with the outcome of the opening?
I think he can be pretty satisfied. He's still almost up 3 minutes on the clock. He goes bishop f5. Interesting move. And Hikaru has just played knight to c4, which looks like the best move. So that is definitely a reason for us to be happy. And now I think Fabiano has to play f3, otherwise that f-pawn just disappears.
Yeah, I mean, if f3 isn't played quickly, then I don't understand anything. Or no, g5? No, 96.
And f3 is on the board. All right, so let's see what Hikaru is gonna. Let's just go to Hikaru's game because they're around the same time. This game is critical for the tournament standings or tournament victory. The move f3, Fabiano wants to take here and go rook e1 and create checkmating ideas. So Hikaru cannot let that happen. He should either take or go g4. He's reaching for the g-pawn. So let's see which one he will go for.
Both are winning. It's not like one move is much stronger than the other. I see the engine has a slight preference for g4, but I would also be tempted to just get the pawn off the board.
Right, but if you take, I mean, there might be ideas like knight c2 and knight e1, and the knight starts jumping around. This weakens the king a little bit, and the pawn on f3 can also be in the way, and we can always, move our king in betweens. But I do not like the fact that Hikaru is letting the time even out. They're both around like 7 minutes and 40 seconds.
Yeah, it's the first time all day that Hikaru dipped below Fabi for a second before deciding to capture on f3.
He takes, Fabiano instantly recaptures. So now let's see, we could take this pawn. We can also improve our king's position a little bit, moving it up to g3, making sure that we're never stuck in a mating net over there. I think that makes a lot of sense, just moving the king up.
Yeah, that king has, spent the whole game on g1 ever since it castled. So I like the idea of bringing the king into the game. That pawn on a5, it's not clear how black wants to defend it anyway. I mean, I'm sure Fabi isn't thinking of playing rook a8.
Yeah, no, I think indeed Fabiano is just going to give up this pawn and go for tricks on the king side with knight c2, maybe moving the bishop all the way back, knight e1 to f3. So if we put the king here, there's never any real checks. It would be great for Hikaru to trade off some pieces, right? Maybe trade off one pair of knights or trade off the rooks. I think that would pretty much guarantee the victory. There's no clear-cut way to do it. So his 3-point advantage by the engine is really based on, the 2 and probably 3 extra pawns he has on the board. He's got to move here.
I think the only thing we need to watch out for is that Hikaru doesn't drop too low on time.
He's like gotta go.
Gotta go.
Oh, sorry, I said he's gotta go, but yeah, go ahead.
No, but I'm with you. I think that's the only. I think it's normal that nerves do kick in. You were so close. I mean, with a win, he will be number 2 in the world. He will be the winner of Norway Chess 2023. He'll get 69K. And these are the final crucial moments to determine all that. By the way, Aryan Tari is 3 moves away from checkmating Alireza Firouzja. There's forced mate in 3 on the board. We're not going to go there, but I'll keep an eye on it to make sure that Aryan finds it. It's not very difficult, so I'm sure he will play it soon. He didn't play the move that forces the mate, but still a forced mate in 10, in 8. He's up a piece, so Aryan is gonna win, end his tournament on a high note.
Yeah. Let's actually check real quick. Also, Magnus is a little bit better, but I'm kind of curious what the checkmate was. So it was around here. Bishop e6. That's not difficult. I don't know why he didn't do that, but he's of course completely winning. Let's go back to Hikaru's game. So King h2 has been played. And yeah, now Fabiano in the tank. And I don't see how you're going to create problems. Like, I guess knight c2, so you get the knight closer to the white king.
Getting tricky also for Fabi to keep posing problems here. I mean, as we said, the pawn on a5 cannot really be... Oh, can you play knight c6? No, he goes forward, which makes a lot more sense.
I think rook really anywhere. I mean, rook d7, rook d6, or rook d3. All of those should be fine. I think Hikaru, he just has to choose one, go with the flow, and just have faith that things are going to work out. But he really should try to avoid getting lower and lower on time. And he is already reaching for the rook.
No move yet. So under 6 minutes now. Where is that rook gonna go? I like rook. I don't know. I was gonna rook maybe d6. I was thinking just to keep that rook on the dark square. We don't want to fall for any skewers, for any forks, but rook d3 is a safe square as well. And now the question is, where is that black bishop going to drop back to?
Yeah, let's see what Fabiano's going to do. I guess all the way to a8. I mean, there it can never be hit by any of white's pieces. He still has that idea to go knight e1, but, we can just go king to g3. Everything's still looking good for Hikaru. Again, I just hope that he will keep up the pace. And let's see what Fabiano is going to do. He could, of course, also defend the bishop with rook of 8 or move it this way.
By the way, Alireza has resigned, so Aryan Tari finishes with a win, which will put him in a great mood, kicks down Alireza down the rating list a little bit, And that means there's only this game and Anisha's game left in the classical portion while Magnus is playing in Armageddon against Alireza. But Fabi now dropping down to 5 minutes. It's all happening, Benji. Things are happening.
This is it. Yep. And like you said, it's actually a good thing for Hikaru that Alireza lost, because he's fighting with him for that rating spot for the candidates. And if he wins this game, he will also overtake Fabiano. Fabiano, by the way, just dropped below 5 minutes. But I don't know, to me, Bishop A8 looks the most logical, perhaps Rook F8. I think also for Fabiano, he has to keep some time on the clock. That's really his only chance.
Yeah, Bishop A8, Rook F8, Bishop. I mean, the Bishop has a lot of squares it can go to, but as you say, he just needs to make a decision, make up his mind, and go with something. Because very soon these players will be playing a blitz game, pretty much.
And Bishop A8 has been played. I really like King G3 here, so that if the knight ever gets to F3, it's no longer with a check. And we can meet knight E1 with Rook E3, forcing a rook trade, and this pretty much ends the game. So Hikaru must know that, and there it is. He played this move quickly. That's what we like to see.
King G3. Now, with a minute up on the clock again, and still those 2 extra pawns that he's held on to throughout the game. If you're Fabi, what do you do? I mean, the knight, can you bring the knight back into the game somehow? No, King H7 played.
Yeah, King H7 makes a lot of sense. He perhaps wants to bring the rook in, but you cannot do so right away because it would allow a fork on the king and the bishop. And Hikaru has already moved. He played a knight to E3. Fabiano has to keep the knights on the board, so I'm sure he's going to go knight E1. It's the only move. I mean, you can go back to B4, but then how are you ever going to create any tactics?
Yeah, I need to bring that knight closer to the enemy king. The only downside is, could your knight... No, it can't get trapped with the bishop on the long diagonal. Fabi about to dip below 4 minutes. Time situation is about to get critical here. Bortnik is in the chat saying, let's go Hikaru. Good to see you here, Sasha. And Hikaru is getting ever so closer to winning this tournament here. Just needs to hold his nerves now for another, 10, 15 minutes. And getting so much closer.
Exactly, but I think he's handling his nerves really well. Like you said, big shout out to our good friend Bornik. He was here earlier during the tournament. And Fabiano's clock is ticking lower and lower. He must realize that he cannot trade off the knights. That would end the game pretty much at the spot. So, I mean, either have to go knight b4 or knight e1. I would think knight e1. It's somewhat closer to the king, but since the king is, is pretty far away, there's no good way to ever get to it. And Hikaru actually gets up from the board, which is a little bit surprising with only 5.5 minutes on the clock, but he gets back.
Yeah. By the way, it looks like Magnus might, for the first time, not win an Armageddon, as his winning chances with the white pieces close to 0. Although, I mean, never write Magnus off in an endgame, but looks like he will end his tournament on a disappointment in the Armageddon. Rook d6 on the board.
Yeah, Rook d6, good move by Hikaru. I wonder exactly how he's planning to win this game, but it feels like Fabiano doesn't have any sort of counterplay. I mean, the knights are controlling every square. I mean, the bishop cannot go anywhere. Maybe just slowly but surely push forward. Knight d6 has been played. So now let's see what Hikaru is going to do. But like, let's say you make a move like f4, or, I like the move knight cd5, because you threaten this. In case of this, you have rook d7 with the threat of knight f6 and attacking the bishop. So let's see if Hikaru will go for that one.
Yeah, I think knight d5 looks super tempting. Maybe you can also go knight b5 with the same idea of going knight c7 and then Because we were talking about how we want to trade some pieces, then maybe bring the knight back to d4. A lot of tempting moves, and I think Hikaru, a few moves ago, he looked a bit, not worried, but a bit more like now I think he's back in full confidence mode. He has gone knight d5. And 2.5 minutes for Fabi.
Yep, and it feels like Hikaru now is pretty calm. He's playing his moves quickly, confidently, and he's just inching closer and closer to the tournament victory. I don't really see a way for Fabiano to create any counterplay. Rook f8 has just been played, but maybe just a move like f4 here, shutting out knight at e5. You never have to worry about the rook landing on f3. And what is Fabiano going to do? I mean, I don't see a single move, so let's see if Hikaru will go for this one.
Yeah. While we wait for Hikaru's move, Anisha's game has ended in a draw. So this is actually the last classical. It's kind of fitting that the last remaining classical game would be the one that will decide the tournament. So the stage has been emptied. I hope the players are not disturbed by the fact that very soon Magnus and Nordibig are gonna start banging out the moves as they have no time left on the clock. But once Magnus's game is done, they will be all alone in the playing hall. Before the start of the final Armageddon game between Anish and Shah.
Yeah, and Anish did, by the way, just pass by. Now, Hikaru is spending quite a bit of time, like 1.5 minutes. Maybe it's, again, the nerves kicking in. I think he just has to keep moving. I liked what he has been doing over the last couple of moves. Just, playing moves quickly, improving the position, and then often the win will come to him automatically. So let's hope he can pick up the pace. Knight c7 is good, f4, lots of good options, but he just has to move and keep some time on his clock.
Yeah, 1 minute now between the two players. This really, I mean, I feel like I've been saying it for now. This is it, the final moments, but now this really is it. We're around the 3-minute mark. Bishop e7 was played by Fabi.
So let's see what Hikaru is going to do here. He can go knight e6, attacking the rook. Again, f4 also still a good move, gaining some more space on the king side. So knight e6, there's still rook f6, and I don't see an immediate knockout punch. We would like to combine it with this, but then black can take the knight. So Hikaru just has to keep it together and push this one to victory, and he's played knight e6.
For those of you wondering why Fabi isn't writing down his moves any longer, because in this time control where you don't get 30 seconds, you can stop writing when you dip below 5 minutes, I guess.
Yes, if you dip below 5 minutes. He goes rook to f7. Again, I like f4, and there we have it. Yeah, let's go.
But now we're really making progress. I feel with every move, we get closer and closer to that tournament victory.
And I just don't see a move for Fabiano. I mean, you can go bishop a8, but it doesn't do anything. If you move the knight, you allow knight to d8. You can move the rook to f6, but what do you really achieve with that? I mean, a4, maybe we just take. So that is why he's spending time here. Like, if you play a move like knight e6, of course, he will move the rook. But Hikaru just passes him the move, and he's like, okay, what do you do? And he actually settles on bishop to a8.
Yeah, bishop a8, a clear sign that there is nothing left that Fabi can do other than wait to see how Hikaru is going to, end this game. H5, Hikaru is just like screwing in, just putting the final touches, little by little, taking away any counterplay from black. I mean, Fabi, what will he do? Bishop e7? It's still hard. There's just no moves for black. It's such a depressing. I feel if the tournament situation wasn't what it is, Fabi would resign.
I think there's indeed a good chance that would be the case. But yeah, Hikaru slowly but surely is letting him cook. I mean, there's no move for Fabiano, h5. Nice move. Slowly but surely closing the mating net around Fabiano's king. I mean, maybe like d45. Wait, and why did he just get up? Why did he just get up? And people are saying he was laughing. I mean, Hikaru, sit down. You have 3 minutes. No time for a quick confession. Okay, it looks like he came back, though, but he's not sitting down. Sit down, bro. So people are saying.
Meanwhile, actually, no, Magnus actually lost on time in the winning endgame, if that is correct. Which is crazy. So now there's only Hikaru. That's probably where he went off to see what happened in the Magnus game.
Oh, maybe
Oh
that is
my
why he
goodness.
was laughing.
Yeah.
Fabiano getting down to 40 seconds, and he goes rook a7. I don't know. That doesn't look like the move. You can check a knight g6, d4, d5. Looks really strong. Fabiano's idea is to go a4, create some sort of counterplay, and Hikaru is like, nah, he just goes a3, so he can meet a4 with b4.
Those
The
pawns
one
are gonna.
thing, though,
Uh-huh.
oh, sorry. I was just gonna
No,
say the
no, go
one
ahead.
thing is that he shouldn't get too cocky, because when you play a blitz game, especially online, and you have 3 minutes, your opponent has 30 seconds, it's just over. But here, he still has to stay focused.
Absolutely. It's never over until it's over. King g8 played. I would love to bring the other knight. I mean, like if we can get one knight to g6 somehow, and then I don't know, I'm dreaming about checkmating this black king somehow. F5 also looks very powerful.
I think Fabiano will probably. I mean, King f7 allows this, and you win more material. I think that's what he's gonna go for. 17 seconds for Fabiano, and make a good luck making a move. I mean, I don't see it. 10. He's got to move. He's got to move. Rook e7 is what he settles on. Maybe just knight d5 or d4. There's no moves for black.
Black is completely paralyzed. What a depressing way to lose this tournament. I mean, the whole game was really depressing for Fabi. His suffering is almost over. King f4 just calmly bringing the king closer. We are witnessing the final seconds here of this tournament.
Rook a7 back by Fabiano, but it's not really going to help. And now, I guess, d4, knight c4, jumping one of the knights in. Hikaru having a dominant position, and d4 is on the board. I think we're very, very close to Hikaru finishing this one off. And I got an interesting question. Could there be a case to be made that Hikaru is the best player in the world in 2023? I think very much so. I mean, he won the American Cup. He's going to win the Norway Chess. Is that it? And there it is. Hikaru wins Norway Chess 2023. Let's go.
Let's go. What a game we saw today. What a result. Hikaru Nakamura is the winner of Norway Chess 2023. And what a way to win it, Benjamin.
No, what a way. Yeah, who is your favorite streamer? Who is your favorite streamer? Chat is in tears of joy. They're like, oh, I sent in so much energy, but it finally paid off. And he wins a super tournament. I mean, fantastic performance.
Absolutely incredible stuff by Hikaru as we see them discuss probably something from the opening stages, because I think after that, it was just one-way traffic all the way. I don't think they're discussing anything that happened after that, because there was little intrigue. Of course, Fabi could put up a fight, but it was objectively winning for Hikaru all the way through from the moment Fabi went wrong with f5, our streamer king. Absolutely phenomenal result by Hikaru.
Yeah, no, great tournament. And you see, guys, you send in that energy, he soaks it in, and it always works. He delivers under pressure, defeated Fabiano Caruana in a must-win situation, and that commands a lot of respect. And with this win, he also moves up to number 2 in the world.
Yeah, I was actually just looking at 2700 chess. Hikaru's live rating 87.2. World number 3, Fabi Caruana 2781. So 6-point clear at the top, and only, yeah, my math again, only 47 points behind Magnus. Magnus dropped 18 points in this tournament.
Yeah, no, he's dropped a lot of points. So, hey, guys, If we keep sending in energy, you guys know that great things are possible. Maybe we can even push for world number one. We're going to push for world champion. Hikaru, he is going to try to qualify for the candidates. He is going to try. He is going to qualify, and then we'll just push him to world champion. It is going to happen. We just have to send in energy.
Yeah, you guys couldn't do it without you. I think there's actually no games going right now. I imagine that Hikaru will give an interview on the official show. Hopefully, we will get to speak to him here as well. So don't leave. We will keep you updated. And I think there's only one game still to come, but we are going to go on a break now. We'll be back with some news about what's happening with Hikaru. We might be back with some Armageddon. We'll see. But for now, we'll take a quick break and we'll see you on the other side of that.
And welcome back, everyone, to round 9 of Norway Chess 2023. Of course, the main storyline is Hikaru winning the tournament, but we still have an Armageddon here between Anish and Shahryar Mamedyarov.
Yeah, the last game of the tournament. But if you're just joining us now, Hikaru whipped out some incredible preparation, took down Fabiano Caruana, won Norway Chess 2023. He is the world number 2 in the live rankings, and he walks away with 69k. So life is good for Hikaru. We're still waiting on some kind of interview, but for now we're gonna follow the last game of the event, the Armageddon between Anish Giri and Mamedyarov. Shall we quickly take it from the beginning?
Yeah, so this game also started off as a Ruy Lopez with a very quick knight ge7 by Shahryar. A little bit unusual, and Giri follows the same variation. And I feel like, if anything, Anish has quite a pleasant position. He has more space, and the pawn on d6 can be a target.
Yeah, so Shahryar sticking to his gun. He got into some trouble, it feels like, in the classical game, but not afraid to repeat it. But once again, the position looks somewhat awkward for black, no?
Yeah, no, it looks great for Anish. I mean, he just went queen g3, he wants to go bishop f4, and the moves are very, very easy and natural for Anish. I mean, the pawn on d6 is weak. I mean, Shaq goes f5, but is that really going to work out?
I don't know. I have a bad feeling. f5. So how does white react to this? Bishop f4, just keep piling up the pressure on this point on d6. And how do you hold on as black?
I don't know. Anish just took the pawn, bishop h4, doesn't work out because you take here, so Shaq took. I guess Anish is going to take with the rook, then queen e7, and you do defend the pawn on e4 for the moment, but it's looking pretty bad. So let's see. You know, although, I mean, knight c5, bishop f5, you do hold on to the pawn. You could maybe just take and go rook e1, and it looks tough to defend this pawn over here.
Yeah, so that's exactly what he does, and now he is aiming at the pawn on e4. It looks like Anish is going to go up a pawn. So how does this work? Bishop f5?
H3 by Anish, very logical. Creating some love for the king. Maybe now Shaq can bring his rook back with rook a8 and rook a8 or rook e8. And, you know, Anish is definitely better, but it's nothing decisive just yet.
Yeah, no. Shaq doing a great job holding on. This pawn on e4 will be a long-term weakness. I was wondering, so what if I just target the pawn immediately if I attack it with rook d4?
So rook d4 is possible. I guess black can just defend it with rook a8 or rook d8. You can take, but you get yourself into all sorts of pins. And that is why Anish is thinking, like, the opening, of course, he knew the moves after that were pretty natural. But this is a moment to pause and try to find the best move.
Yeah. Outflopped is asking, Dr. Bock, are you drinking the canned water now, now too, like the other cool kids?
Well, this is a water bottle. It's not canned water, but you know, you have to stay hydrated.
So we've had some quick developments here. Pair of rook has been traded. It just looks like it's gonna be a very pleasant queen ending for Anish, no?
Well, yeah, with the knight and the bishop still on the board. I mean, white definitely is better. The pawn on e4 is weak, the pawn on e5 is weak. And you can endlessly shuffle around. That is what Anish really loves to do. But there's no easy way to increase the pressure right away. And I think Shaq just has to trade the rooks, and that's what he goes for.
And I mean, the queen and knight are known to work together really well. I think this is going to be a nightmare for Shaq to defend, especially down 4 minutes on the clock.
All right, so Shaq would like to play h6, but you can't because that hangs the bishop. And, you know, there's also queen b8 to be worried about. So tough position. Also, Anish up 4 minutes on the clock. I think he's going to win this one. I think he's going to win this one.
Yeah, I think so too. I think objectively the position is bad for Shaq. Time situation is bad. Does this change Does this Armageddon game change anything with regards to the tournament standings? Does this extra half point make a difference?
Let's have a quick look. So the standings are almost in place. We have Hikaru Nakamura winning the tournament, Fabiano coming in second, Gukesh third. Then Wesley is currently tied with Anish. So if Anish wins this game, he will finish in sole fourth. And Shaq can share sixth place.
Okay.
So looking at the prize money, I don't know how much this game is worth. Let me try to do some quick maths. But yeah, Anish going to win. I mean, you cannot defend the pawn on e4. The 9 and e3 defends everything. And this position is just a disaster for black.
Why do we watch this? Where is Hikaru? Hikaru is probably being gonna be interviewed on the official show soon. We'll keep you posted as to what's happening. Will he come here? Will we just watch the official interview? So for now, we're watching the last of the remaining chess of this Norway Chess 2023, where Anish is getting closer and closer. He has indeed picked up that A-pawn. I think he will win this game and come in fourth place.
Think so too. And what is often a good strategy is push pawns on the side that you have your extra pawn, and that is what Anish is doing. He is pushing these pawns slowly but surely up the board. Maybe before now, a5. And yeah, I just checked real quick the difference. I mean, this game is worth $1,000 or something. So hey, still definitely a nice bit of change for the players to play for. But yeah, I mean, I think Anish is just going to win this one.
Yeah, and he's just throwing all the... Oh my goodness, Champ with the 20 gifted. Thank you so much for the support, for the celebratory subs. Very much appreciated. Thank you for that.
All right. Yeah, Queen e7 taking the pawn. But yeah, big shout out to Champ supporting the channel. Really do appreciate it. And thank you so much.
So we're going to watch the interview now with Hikaru. This one, we might catch the end of it, but even if not, I think we can safely assume Anish will win it. So let's watch the interview now.
And welcome back, everyone, to Norway Chess 2023. We have our winner, Hikaru. Congratulations on winning the tournament.
No, thank you so much. It was a good day.
All right, so take the stage, and do you want to talk us through the game?
Yeah, so I mean, I think the game really hinged more or less on one critical moment. As I said in the confessional booth very early, this Bishop D3 idea. I played in 2009 in the last round of the U.S. Championship in a game that I needed to win against Josh Friedel, and it's something that I haven't played since. Obviously, the theory has progressed tremendously since that point. But it was all pretty standard. I sort of was expecting what Fabiano did with knight f4, and everything I did was prep basically. And then he played this move f5. Now, if you go forward a couple of moves, very specifically this position after castles b3, let's say black plays instead of rook e8, let's say black plays rook e8, rook e1, rook e8, rook e1, and c5. I mean, I remember looking very clearly because there was another line that I looked at where I saw knight e4 was a move. But I in the notes it said, make sure you play bishop a3 specifically to avoid this bishop f8, bishop a3, f5 stuff. Because after knight takes c5, this is just bad because of e4 or something, right? Yeah, yep. Exactly. So, basically, this was I saw this in the notes, and I remember myself when I was memorizing for the game that it's bishop a3 first and not knight e4. And Fabiano, I mean, he played the next couple of moves were pretty standard. I mean, knight e4, bishop f8, rook c1, and then he used a bunch of time, and then he played f5. And as I said, based on my notes, I had a feeling this was a mistake because it was not the move that I had looked up before. Knight b4 is obviously the best move, and black is completely fine. But yeah, he played f5, and after knight c5, when Fabiano didn't move right away, I knew that this had to be a mistake. So I think he thought he had queen a5 here. And if I go knight a4, bishop takes a3, rook c6, bishop b7, or bishop d7, black. I mean, it was maybe still worse, but there's definitely some counterplay for the two sacrifice pawns. But the problem, of course, is that after queen a5, I have this nasty move knight to g5. And I sack the bishop on a3, and I go for queen h5, and I think it's already game over pretty much. I think it's just completely lost for black. So I mean, that's after knight takes c5, it's just very hard for Fabiano to play. And I mean, I don't think he really ever had great chances to. I mean, I certainly didn't see any chance for him to save the game once he made this mistake. So I think it was really the case of one blunder, sort of forgetting the preparation of the exact line, and that was sort of all it took, really.
Yeah, Hikaru, congratulations also from my side on winning the tournament. Can you tell us what went through your mind, also your emotions when Fabi played this f5 move, and especially then started thinking after you took on c5?
Yeah, I mean, there was nothing specific in my mind. I mean, there's no such thing as emotions. I mean, I'm a streamer. I just play chess for fun. So, no, I wasn't thinking about that. I mean, it's only much later in the game that I'd be a little bit careful because I knew that I was very close to winning as far as emotions go, but it definitely didn't play a role until much later. But yeah, once I played knight c5 and Fabiano didn't move right away, I knew that he had messed up, basically. And I said this in the confessional booth, too, that basically when Fabiano did not play an instant move, I knew that whatever line he thought he was in wasn't right because he would have blitzed out the next move or two if that was the case. And when he used like 40 minutes, I just knew that it was very, very difficult for him to play.
Yeah, no, great stuff. And what do you think went through Fabiano's mind? Do you think the pressure of being in first place got to him, and that's why he played the move f5, or how do you explain this mistake?
No, I mean, I think Fabiano he confused the system because in the other lines you can go f5. It's just in this specific position you can't play it. I mean, he just confused the lines, and I mean, it's happened to all of us. I mean, even you probably, in a critical game where it's like you think it's the exact same from your memory, but you're not 100% sure. Then you play it and you're like, wait, but actually no, it's just wrong. And I think that's what happened. Is that he was confusing this with another line where you do play f5, but again, my preparation, like I knew that f5 was not a move here, and it was very bad, and it's unfortunate for Fabiano certainly that one bad move cost him the game and effectively the tournament, but that's modern day chess with computers. What can I say?
You mentioned the lack of emotions, but do you feel there is a nice, we saw your confessional, we watched your interviews on the official show to win that crucial game in the 2009 US Championships against Friedel, and to use the same line to win the Norway Chess this year? Does it?
Well, I wasn't even thinking about it, but I always wear this ring, and this ring is from the 2009 US Championship. So there is that. Yeah, I mean, I think again, I didn't really feel all that emotional. I think the main reason is because I was simply much better. It's very difficult. I was just up 2 pawns. It's very difficult to really get that nervous when you have a really nice position. So I never really felt that nervous. Maybe my time usage wasn't so great. I kind of let the time get even, but again, I don't think the result was ever in doubt after Fabiano blundered. So I was just very relaxed most of the way.
What does it mean to you to win this tournament?
I mean, it doesn't mean a whole lot, honestly. I mean, I get to go back to my real job as a streamer in a couple of days and continue doing what I'm doing. So it's, you know, vacation time is over now, and it's back to the real work. So it's nice to win, obviously, but for me, it doesn't change a whole lot. But it's great to know that I can compete with all these try-harding professional chess players.
Right. And what does this do for your confidence to try to qualify to the candidates and win the tournament and push for world champion?
I mean, it doesn't change much at all for me. I mean, I think I'll probably play a tournament or two, see what the qualifications are exactly. I don't know, but at the end of the day, I mean, it doesn't change much. I'll look at the tournament, see what the requirements for schedule is, and then go from there. But really, for right now, it's just nice to win, and you know, I'll think about it probably in the next week or two once I'm back home and back to the regular stuff.
Right.
Hikaru, chat has one pressing question. Today we had an Anish counter on screen the whole time to count how many times he walked past your board. He's been walking a lot throughout the tournament, and chat wants to know, did you notice it, how much he walks by? Does it bother you? What are your thoughts on that?
I didn't notice it today. I think I said 2 days ago when I played Shaq. I noticed that Anish generally when he walks by a board, if Anish starts frowning or he starts frowning and looking at the game, you know somebody's messed up. And then it's like when I see it happen, whether it's my game or another game, I'm always just trying to figure out who exactly messed up. Because Anish knows everything. So I didn't notice it today, certainly, but yeah, I did notice that he would walk by boards, and anytime he stops and starts looking a little bit close, you know, somebody's done something wrong in the opening. So that is the one tell I guess he has. Now, of course, it doesn't really impact my game specifically, but you know when Anish is looking, if he starts frowning, that you've done something wrong in the game.
Right. And do you have any idea how many times he walked by today?
No clue. Today I wasn't paying attention.
Can you take a guess?
Generally, I was either away from the board for large stretches of time, or I was sitting thinking for like 20 plus minutes. So I didn't. How many was it?
But what is your best guess?
I would guess probably 100, maybe.
It's much more. It's 243.
Okay, well, I mean, you got to get your steps in. I mean, I guess that's Anish's plan. My plan is just to go run a 5K tomorrow morning, and then that's how I'll get my steps.
Is that a fun 5K? Is it a race? What's going on with that?
There's like a 5K around one of the lakes here in Stavanger tomorrow at like 9:30. So I'll go run around the lake with a bunch of other people, and it should be all in good fun.
So no party tonight?
Awesome.
I'm too old for partying. Come on, I'm too old. You know, it's like I took a picture with Shock the other day, and I was thinking to myself, like, you know, this is somebody that I mean, I didn't know when we were super young, but like just thinking back to when I knew him, like 2005, 2006, 2007, like. I mean, these are people that I was like partying with like 15 years ago. Like I'm too old for all that.
Yeah,
chat wants to know
like sometimes. Oh, you go ahead, Fiona.
Do you know
go ahead.
Chat is curious whether you know your best 5K time.
5K time, I don't know. I mean, I have no idea what I'll run. But I mean, I'll probably celebrate a little bit tonight, but nothing too crazy because that'll prevent me from doing it unless I just like I go crazy and then I just walk. But I do want to put up probably I would say somewhere around 9 minutes, probably like 27-ish, a little over 27, probably will be my target.
Okay.
Awesome. And yeah, Hikaru, what do you think allows you to be in the upper echelons of both streaming and playing chess?
I mean, again, without making the classic joke that everyone, I mean, I'm thinking of this, there's that classic Simpsons meme where it's like, say it. But I'm not going to say it right now. I think the main thing is just not feeling the pressure. It's basically just being very relaxed and having fun and frankly finding chess refreshing because I spent all my time streaming these days as opposed to playing chess. And so when I get to play against these players like Gukesh or Magnus or others, like I'm just excited to play games against them. So I think the lack of pressure, lack of stress has really played a huge role, and it's all going amazingly well.
Actually, I just realized one question I have because Benjamin and I were debating this. Did you yesterday against Norway in the classical game offer a draw on move 30?
Yes, I did offer a draw, and he declined the draw. Yes.
And just
And
a random question. Sorry, go ahead, Benjamin.
Oh, yeah. So I was just wondering about that game. So when he offered a draw at the end, we saw you like, I think, doing some mental math, probably thinking about the standings. Did you also think about playing for a win in that game? Because if you had won that game, a draw in the Classical and a win in Armageddon would also have tied you with Fabiano.
Yeah, I mean, I thought about it because basically, yeah, if I got 3 points, I think I would have been down by one, maybe, or one, or no, I would have been
By
down
half
by
a
one
point.
I wasn't sure how much I'd be down by, but there's somewhere where I could draw the Classical game and then play an Armageddon, where if I win it, then we play. But I mean, at the end of the day, just very briefly thought about it, but then made the sensible decision.
Right, so I guess you just decided like, hey, let me just take the draw here sooner rather than later, so I have more time to prepare for tomorrow's matchup.
Pretty much, yeah. That was the plan, and again, it seemed to work out.
Absolutely. What a way to end this tournament and to win it. I think on my end, I have no more questions. Benjamin, I don't know if there's anything else you wanted to ask.
No, I mean, yeah, again, incredible performance, Hikaru. We're all very happy for you. And yeah, the chat send in lots of energy. Is there anything you wanted to say to everyone who has been here?
Not really. It's just I've missed everyone, and I'll be back to my real job in I think 3 or 4 days. But it's been a blast here. I think you guys have done a great job covering the events. So just looking forward to doing all the regular stuff.
Thank you. And actually, just one final question, which popped up a few times in chat. Towards the end of your game, you got up and you were laughing. That was when Magnus's Armageddon game was ending, I think. What happened there? Because we missed...
Oh, sorry, what's that again?
You were laughing towards the end of your game today.
Oh yeah, because because Magnus again was basically somehow swindled what should have been a completely drawn end game, and somehow he was winning again, just like yesterday against Shock, where he was completely lost. And so I was just kind of confused how he did it again. I don't remember. How did he win the game at the end? I didn't even see the final position.
I'm not sure because the result kept changing, so I'm not actually even sure what happened in the end.
Yeah, but at any rate, yeah, that's what I was laughing at. So yeah.
Okay. Great. Well, Hikaru, thank you so much for jumping on. Congratulations. Once again, enjoy tonight and have fun with the 5K.
I mean, no, there's no time to relax. I'm gonna have to go do a recap, go eat some dinner, and then run a 5K. So I don't get free time anymore. That's for others.
The Sigma grind said, don't stop. And Hikaru, we have been saying goodbye to the fans each and every day, but I think they would much rather hear a goodbye from you. So I'll leave it up to you.
All right. Well, hope you guys enjoyed the coverage here of Norway Chess. I'll be doing a recap later. You can watch on YouTube. And anyway, I'll be back streaming in a couple days. So hope you guys enjoyed everything. Big shout out to Benjamin, Fiona, and everybody else. And I'll see everybody soon. Have a good one. Bye.
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 When I see some of these moves that computer suggests after a game that I play, and I just go, wow, that is the beauty for me. Because these are not moves that I would ever consider. And when I then see the move, and then like I might make a couple of moves to try and understand why, that is the beauty to me. I feel like playing chess. Yeah, I feel like hoping. I feel like playing chess. Yeah, I feel like streaming. I'm just trying to play as well as I can, and I don't really worry. Like, if I lose a game, it's not the end-all be-all. I'm not naturally talented, but if I don't get something, I try to figure out, why don't I get it? What am I doing wrong? Over and over and over again.